What's up, everybody? Jester here. We're back in the long dark, and tonight we're gonna YOLO shit in true Jester fashion because I just want to do it. I just want to see how far we can get. I don't feel like looting necessarily. I don't feel like doing much of nothing. Really fought today on even wanting to come in and play this game. Not to say that there's anything wrong with the game. It's just that I didn't really want to play. So we're gonna fucking YOLO shit because we can. So there's gonna be a lot of travel today. We're gonna try to get shit done. Other than that, let's just kind of sit back. There's gonna be a lot of traveling. We need to spend one day getting stuff in excellent shape. We didn't need to grab two of those, but that's fine. I want to find if we have any more wires or anything. We're going to drop the bow. We're going to take a pistol. Because we just don't have very many, you know, there's a few other problems here is that, like, we don't have many rabbit pelts and shit like that, so we could always head back to Timberwolf real quick and pick some stuff up to make sure our gear's in great shape, because our gear is going to be fucked when we get done with this. So, here, let's just have a peek and see what everything's sitting at. Yeah, the rabbit gear really needs to be repaired, so we might run up real quick and head over to Timberwolf. Let's get light as we can. We left food and water over at Timberwolf, so yeah, fuck it, let's go. We're gonna go to well, no, because I said tonight we were gonna do this other shit. And the issue here is that, this sucks. All right, here's what we're gonna do then. I think we've got somewhere, unless we tore it up, which we might have. Thought we had another hat. I'm just not seeing it. We got some mittens we can wear, but we need another, like a toque or something. Maybe we tore it up. Maybe we had it and we tore it up. Take that. And I guess what we'll end up doing is hoping we find a toque somewhere. There will be some looting to be done, so we'll probably find one. At that point, we'll just drop the rabbit hat for the time being and wear the toque. This way we don't have anything on us other than the wolf coats, which I should look at very quickly. See if they need repaired, and the one on the outside might need to be repaired. This might end up being a, yeah, you know what? We're going to go to, I don't want to go. I just don't want to go. Like I said, I struggled even wanting to play today. It's not an indictment on the game. It's just mindset. I'm just not feeling it that much today. I need a toque. We left one over at Thompson's, and I suppose we could go up and out from there. It's almost dark. We're not that tired. What else do we need to drop, if anything? going to be going to some fairly dangerous regions. Let's drop... Hang on. Let's put these in a spot where we can find them later. And we'll keep this on us. We can always make another one later. We're gonna bring some extra cloth, maybe. The weather looking like. Oh, it's a bear. I'm just kidding. We had a toque over at Thompson's. Getting ready to get dark. Why don't we head to Thompson's? See if we can find that toque. Make sure everything's repaired. And then we're going to GTFO. We got to go to Mountain Town, then to HRV. And then we have to go to Forlorn and then into Bleak. We didn't pick up the pistol or the ammo. Shit. We probably want to carry around a little extra water and food too. This isn't so much about the loot as it is about just getting these tails knocked out so that it's out of the way. Where did we drop our revolver? I feel like it's in here someplace. Well, I'll tell you what, if we're going to do it this way, we're just going to move on. Need to find my revolver. All the more reason why we probably should have been keeping things. Oh, wait, we do have a toque down there. Nice. I feel like what we're looking for is in one of a couple of places. Either in here or it's in the other pile. We definitely dropped the revolver somewhere here. I'm just very much struggling to motivate to play this tonight. I was just kind of talking about that. I want to do it to get it over with, but at the same time, I'm just not all that into it. It just seems like so much work. I'm just kind of hanging out at the house at the moment, making sure that we're set to go. We're just going to go and fucking do it, because why the fuck not, you know? I got to find my pistol. Right now, I don't remember where it's at. And then we need to make sure everything's in tippy top. We're going to bring that with us too in case we need some reading materials, because we didn't do that last night going to that one bunker. We may have to spend one more day here before we leave out, but I looked into doing some other stuff today and it's like nothing was really all that interesting to me. So I decided to just go ahead and come in and try to accomplish something. It's not an indictment on the game. The game's fine. It's just, I don't know. Now I can't find my fucking pistol. We kind of need that pistol. How you doing tonight? It's a little dark. Maybe we should wait until it's a little bit lighter to really search. We're just not that tired. Let's just go upstairs. Get ready for bed. We'll pass some time and sleep. Probably more passing of time than anything else. We got plenty of cooked food. We've got some work to do once we get everything done. Actually, this is just about perfect. It'll still be a little bit dark, but that's okay. We'll pass a little more time to get it to daytime, and then we'll sit inside. We'll repair everything that we can repair anyway. Yeah, I really thought about starting Titanfall 2 today, but decided against it. We know we dropped a pistol here. I just don't know where we dropped the pistol. At least I think we dropped it here. I would think that we would see it by now if it was here. I didn't really see it as rough. I don't know. Dad was talking about maybe only 11 wins. He said he thinks they may struggle to get to 11 wins. Your guess is as good as mine. I don't have a pistol. All right, so we'll be taking that. Let's get to work. I am too, and I really do want to play it. It's just, I again, kind of want to be in a particular mindset when it's time to do that. I've never played it. I've always wanted to. I've heard it's, again, one of the best multiplayer, or I'm sorry, single player experiences ever. Or it's a great campaign. I don't know if I can say ever, but I've heard that it is an absolute excellent campaign. Why do I only have one pair of socks? What happened to my other climbing socks? They're just not on. How did I take those off? All right, so we're going in everything cloth except for these bear or wolf coats. And we may have to wait for a day to get this thing cured because I don't think we have any other wolf pelts anywhere around. Oh, no, we do. Okay, so we're fine. Let's just get everything all done up. I've heard a lot of people tell me they're looking forward to seeing Titanfall 2 again, and I'm looking forward to it. Maybe it was just a gamer lack of motivation today. I don't know. Let's get everything sharpened up. Let's get everything cleaned. We're going to take a firearm cleaning kit with us because I think we're actually going to find a populated weapons bunker. So we'll see, though. That'll be over in Mountain Town, which we're going to first. If you hear any squeaky in the background, my fan's making weird noises and I can't figure out why. Yeah, and I looked through a bunch of stuff. I almost played Fast Food Simulator tonight. I went in and played it on my time a couple of days ago, just for a few days, and actually had a pretty good time. I don't think it's going to be nearly as much fun when I start getting all the other stuff unlocked because it's just going to be really difficult as a solo. But with multiplayer, it'd be a really good time, I think. Oops. Even though we don't really need to clean this that bad, we're going to go ahead and do it. You say so. Like I said, it just, I don't know. Some days it's easy to get motivated to do stuff, and other days it's just not. I feel like maybe I should take this bedroll and not the down bedroll. Or we should maybe craft a bare bedroll. Two pelts and 6 cured guts. Nope, hold on 1 second, guys. All right, guys, sorry about that. Thought we potentially had a family emergency going on there. Oh, we do have a revolver. All right, so we're going to take that revolver versus... And a lot of ammo, by the way. But we're going to take that versus the bow because we just don't have many arrows crafted. Can't be asked with doing that right now. Alright, so we should have enough of everything now. Let's just craft up a bare bedroll. We've got time. What else did we need to make it? It was cloth or something, wasn't it? 5 cloth. Okay. We can handle that. Wish we had the indoor way of doing this, but let's grab some extra water and a few steaks. We'll head downstairs. Yeah, Dad knocked on the door. The dog was freaking out. He said, and he told my brother, who's had a couple of heart attacks, to bang on, because he lives downstairs, to bang on this support pole if he ever had any kind of problems that he couldn't talk or anything. And Dad said he heard something that sounded like that, so we were kind of freaking out. Turns out everything's fine. This is likely to put us in a spot. It's right at the end of the day. Oh, give me a fucking break. Let's have a steak and a drink, and then we'll wake up and finish that thing. I don't want to get... Oh, fuck, I didn't drink. We're going to take some damage there. That's okay. We're not going to leave until right at the morning anyway, so a little damage ain't going to hurt. Not this morning, but a morning. That'll drain all our water, I'm quite certain. I don't know how 8 hours of crafting drains your water, but okie dokie. And then let's go out and do some dumb shit. All right, we got a bearskin bedroll now. Both of our bear coat or wolf coats are in great shape. We need to drop the bow and arrows. Not that those weigh a ton or anything, but just extra weight because we just haven't really crafted everything up. I don't want to sit around and do it. I would have swore we fixed our knife already. Oh, that's right. We used it to do that with. Okay. We'll make sure that our pistol is in great shape. Let's drop that. We're not going to take a cleaning kit with us, so we're going to lighten up as much as possible. Which would mean dropping these 3 things. Probably ought to bring a sewing kit, on all honesty. Do we need to fix anything else? I mean, it wouldn't hurt us to fix everything else. Oh, we need to fix those. And make sure we've got enough cloth to build a shelter if needed. We can do repairs along the way. That should be fine. We don't need to take the whetstone. And we got a lot of pistol ammo. That's good news, though. Problem is we don't have much food and water on us, and we want to carry as much as we can, really. We're probably doing all this out of order, but this is kind of my MO. Shitty weather out. We won't be as warm in this gear, but that's okay. All right, let's go up and get as much sleep as we can, and then we're going to try to head out. Let's just get moving. Always better to prepare for a trip like this than to not. We just need to triple check our cloth in the morning. We'll pick up another, at least enough cloth currently to make a shelter if need be. This is so cheating, but I don't care. Oh, we've got enough. Okay. And let's get full up on water, and we'll hit that other deer steak up. Let's grab a couple of more liters of water. Couple more steaks and let's go. This fucking game, I swear. We're a little heavy, but that'll change as we eat and drink, so. We did bring 2 cooking pots. Probably didn't need to because we'll probably find a bunch in Mountain Town. And we'll probably tote those for the most part if we can. At least to somewhere where we can get them back when we come back from this giant, stupid-ass adventure. And now we got the long walk. Probably stop over at camp office for the night because we're only got about half a day. Although we may try to go ahead and get into Mountain Town. We got one thing we want to loot here in Mountain Town, and that's the Prepper's Cache, and that's it. We'll come back at some other time and loot Mountain Town. I remember we left some stuff over at maintenance shed, so we'll be able to pop in there and kind of have a peek at shit. We know there's a bear that's going to be up this way. We don't know if he'll be spawned or not, but we know there's a bear that's up here over the hill, so we got to be weary of that. I'm thinking it would be best to do Mountain Town first and then go into HRV immediately after we do that. So basically, sleep in the cave underneath the tower, and then first thing in the morning, get up and go do that, and then go directly to HRV. So we'll go to Mountain Town. We'll try to get up and around to the bunker, and then come down to the cave. Sleep that, well, I don't know. We probably are going to need shit. We've done this wrong already, guys. I didn't bring the fuses and wires with me. So let's stop by camp office, see if we get anything, and we'll stop by Hunter's cabin, or Trapper's, sorry. Is that just a deer? Yeah, just a deer. But see, this is the thing. Everything is just so far away that it didn't... I wanted to do something a little more action-based tonight. I probably should have just played Titanfall. Or started something new. I had thoughts about doing Rogue Squadron from N64. Oh no, they haven't. We haven't been there. The only places we've been to Forlorn, but the only thing we looted was Poachers. And we've been to Airfield, but the only thing we looted was, you know, the airfield itself. I don't see any markings, so I don't think the moose is here. There may not be a moose in this region, which would kind of suck, but it's not that big of a deal. There's plenty of bears. And we are running with the cougar turned off, so and I don't even care. I just don't even care. I can't. I'm trying to stay in a place where I don't have any issues with testing for the time being. And even then, I'm out and can't afford to go get any. Keeping an eye out for that fucking bear. See if we need to do this. Yep, we do need to do this the long way. That's fine. We knew he was over here. I just wish you could like warp or something to a different region. I know that's not part of the game, but it'd be a lot cooler if it was. Specifically today. I'm just in one of those moods today where I want to do something a little more active. But let's see if we can get at least a couple of these done and maybe make it back over to Airfield. If we could get Airfield's tower done, that'd be great. My goal is to not come back this way Shit, he's tracking right at us. And now he's not. Not to come back until we've done the tails. That's my goal. Oh, shut up. Big bear. I just wish things were closer. What the fuck is going? All right, I can sort of see now. Yeah, but Hinterland will never bite on something like that. You know, it's no different than the game isn't as realistic as people seem to think that it is. You know, there'd be alcohol all over the place in here. There'd be guns everywhere in a region where bears and shit are present. Have that easy. She woofs when she dreams. Sure love to know what she dreams about sometime, though. Let's look and see if we can find fuses or wires or anything here at camp office. Or even as we go through the dam, we're going to be looking for that. And then hopefully trappers will have something for us. And if not, we're going to have to go and kind of search around a little bit in Mountain Town to find everything we need to fix these damn towers. Oh my God, is that 3 bunnies hopping in unison? Look at that shit. They're in formation, guys. That was cool. I've never seen that before. Get rid of that and have a drink just so we're all full up here. We are going to have to negotiate a couple of ropes, so depending on how quickly we get to and from where we're going, which we're not heavy anymore, so we're moving really nice. We'll have to keep an eye out for stem. No, I guess we could stem. I don't really want to waste stems though. I've used more stems in this run than I've ever used. I could scare him off right now. But he's gonna get scared by himself. We could have just shot and he'd have ran. Some people claim that's exactly the only thing that the pistol's good for, and I'm like, no, you hunt with it. It'll take down deer, no problem. You hit them right, they'll go down. You put usually it's a couple of bullets into wolves, but you can one-tap them. Rabbits are easy prey. Now remember, we're not as warm as we could be here. We'll also need to pick up some scrap metal as we go along here. So if we see any of that, we'll pick it up. But I would just as soon have extra shit as far as fuses and metal and wires. Because we had some over at the other place and we didn't bring them. That's a little oopsie on my part, but... Game looks really clear today, by the way. Like, my screen looks really clear in real life. I don't know if that's coming through on stream or not, but like, for whatever reason, the display looks great today. But in true J fashion, Pate, I figured you'd be proud of me. Let's just fucking YOLO the shit out of this. That's where we dropped our hunting rifle in favor of the rifle we found there. I'm just doing a real curse. Damn, that's a book we can read right there. It's a cooking book too. Probably won't need it. You know what? Let's pick it up though, just for the sake of something to read. We brought the Guns book, but and I'm just taking a real simple look here to see if we see any. But you can't even open that. Wires or fuses, which I would expect you'd see someplace. Again, this trip coming through here is not a looting trip. Take ammo though. Yeah, you would think wires and fuses would be everywhere here. Not stopping. If we were smart about everything, we would have stayed until we had fire starting 3, so we didn't need to carry tinder. We would have had cooking 5 to get the most calories out of anything we cooked on the road, like all of that kind of stuff. But we here at Jester IRL Gaming, well, we're smart, but we like to do dumb shit too. Sometimes you just got to throw caution to the wind. We're heavy, but only just slightly. We could probably alleviate that by eating that one deer steak that we had. Now, you'd think there'd certainly be fuses and wires in here. Maybe we have a quick look around to see if we can find any. We didn't bring none, and that was probably a small oversight. A whole ass locked locker and nothing in it. Not taking anything other than wires. I just wanted to look. Yeah, it's one of my favorites too, Topaz. I was just saying a little while ago, I was kind of struggling to get motivated today, but I'm getting there now. Now that we have a a goal. And that goal is to really push the envelope and see how much we can accomplish today. I am shocked that we're not finding any wires and shit here. Not taking any of that stuff. I just want to see if there's wires or whatnot in there. There shouldn't be any in the bathroom, but I guess we can go the stairs route real quick. Look in the offices. We'll probably hang out at camp office tonight anyway to make sure we didn't miss any there. I goofed and didn't bring any with me, so probably not a bad idea to look around a little bit. So many workbenches here. Ow, I'm a little shook. It's a fire striker. A little shook that we just haven't found any. All right, we're gonna move on. Certainly there'll be more than enough in Mountain Town when we get there. I was just hoping to find a couple of spares so I didn't feel so like maybe we didn't have enough. And there might still be some at camp office. All right, off we go. Actually, we'll probably just search camp office and try to make trappers tonight. Maybe sleep at trappers. But I should also probably look in here to see if there's any wires and fuses. Ick. Sometimes there can be a wolfie around here, so I wanted to be careful. Again, very quick look. I guess we'll take cloth. All right, that's enough. This isn't a region that we fully looted out. We stopped by here, but we haven't looted at all. Actually, we've looted very little. We went up and checked the cache here and it was empty. I'm really surprised we haven't found any wires or fuses. Scrap metal won't be a problem. We brought a hacksaw with us, so that'll be pretty easy. All right, let's get down to camp office. Ah, poor little deer. Not my concern. That's underneath us. No worries. If we are lucky enough to get the cache to spawn in Mountain Town, and it is, which I suspect it probably will be, the weapons cache, we will get the hunter's revolver, and yeah, we'll be carrying that instead of this. I think it's my favorite. I can't tell you exactly why. Which one of them has the open sight? The more open sight than this thing. Like, you can look down this. I guess that's not bad. Oh, you had a wolf take a deer and you got the wolf right behind it? Love those. We haven't even been up to trappers yet, so it's possible the moose spawn is up there. I don't think... I know we looked in here, but I don't think there was anything for us in here. Matter of fact, it was very loot light when we did look, so let's just keep moving. There's a wolf up here. We'll put one in him. Let's get on his side of the tracks here. Yeah, that might be what I'm thinking. In real life, I love shooting. Dad likes to put red dots on everything, and I'm not a fan. I'd just as soon shoot open sights. Well, we're moving swift right now. I love it. Let's stop by camp office, just check for wires and fuses, and then let's get our butt up to trappers where we'll probably spend the night. Beautiful day for travel, though. Well, Dad didn't used to be that way. He used to actually target shoot pistols competitively. And I used to target shoot 22s competitively when I was a kid. Pretty damn good, too. But in his older age, he's kind of relying on these other things. And I have trouble centering up with the red dots. I do. I know it's a point and shoot kind of thing, but like, eh. It was really funny. We went to the range one day. We went to an outdoor range near my house. Near-ish to the house anyway. And there was a guy up there shooting a, it was a Glock. It was a 44. It was a 44 caliber. And, was it a 44? It might have been a 45. I don't remember. Anyway, I was telling him that I like the Glock brand because the hand grips are a little bit bigger and I've got fairly good sized hands. And Dad likes, you know, some other brands that don't feel as good in my hand as the Glocks do. A really funny side note, we had a Glock 15 or 16 that was supposed to be handed down to me, but Dad ended up trading for a Smith & Wesson that I cannot stand. The trigger is fucking god-awful. Anyway, and we were just all sitting there talking, and Dad had one that he wanted to shoot, and then he offered to let me shoot that 45, and it's got open sights on it. And at about 30 yards, 40 yards, we just picked out a piece of trash that was in the background on the backstop, and I was just pelting this fucking thing. Just pelting this fucking thing. At that distance with open sights where I couldn't even hit it with Dad's gun and the red dot. And maybe it's an eye thing, just the way my eyes work, but I did not like it that much at all. Don't remember there maybe being anything up here, but I'm gonna have a quick look. Oh, there was a cooking pot here, son of a bitch. Okay, well, I don't remember leaving it here, but I guess we did. And I'm shocked again, we haven't found a single wire or fuse. This could be a small problem. There'll be plenty in Mountain Town though, and probably extras. But on my 22 when I was a kid, I learned to shoot on peep sights. And I could hit at indoor 25 yards. I mean, as a kid, that's a long way. I could put the dot of an international sight out. No problem. I was one of the top shooters in the nation with a 22 in my youth. Oh, this fan is pissing me off. I don't know what that squeak is. But getting myself fucked up here. Hang. I feel like it's the bearing. Oh, great. We're going to end up losing clarity here. So we're probably going to stop at Trappers. Let's go up here the easy way so I don't get lost down here in the woods. Which I shouldn't. This is pretty simple to get there, but we're going to take the longer way around. Just because it's getting a little foggy. Oh, come on. I don't know why it's doing that. I could have a bearing going out in that fan, I guess. I opened it up last night to clean it out just because, you know, you get... well, for me, I get dog hair and shit in there, and it blocks the airflow. So I opened it up to clean it out. I put it back together, and I noticed a little squeak once last night. I get up today, and the thing's just going crazy. My AC is already broken. I can't lose my fan. I won't be able to sleep at all. Yeah, we'll stop up here at Trappers. That doesn't seem like such a horrible idea. And that should give us plenty of time to get up to the potential Prepper's Cache. At least get up to the location. Whether or not it's populated, I don't know yet. But based on us not finding them in Ash and Timberwolf and Mystery Lake here, I think it's probably populated. That doesn't mean it is. And we did find the food cache in Pleasant Valley. I assume there's probably a Prepper's Cache in HRV, but I'll have to look into where that's actually at. I don't recollect. I highly doubt Trappers is going to have... I mean, well, I shouldn't say that. I guess it could have wires and fuses. Same as anywhere else. If the weather stays like this, we may press and get down to the cave. We'll sleep in that that cave below the rope. Well, below the 2 ropes to get back to Mountain Town. Now, I suppose we'll stop by the gas station. See if there's anything there for us as far as wires, fuses, or scrap metal. And then we'll probably just try to head straight up to... I don't know. We need to make sure we've got the things to repair the tower in Mountain Town. And then I'm hoping to find enough to give us a head start before we head over and try to repair that tower in Forlorn. But this is kind of a makeshift speed run tonight, so there's that. See the bear, but the bear could be around this corner too. All right, I don't see any markings on the trees. You know, in all of my runs and all of my playthroughs of this game, I've never seen a moose up here. And I know it can be the spawn point, but I know it's also one of those mythical spawn points that it can just appear. And I've never seen a moose up here. Seen bear plenty of times. Never a moose. Really not here to loot necessarily unless we see anything, you know, pretty obvious weapon-wise or ammo-wise like there. That's a book we could read. Another fucking kitchen book. Wow, we're just not seeing any of the stuff we'd need for... Let's do this, I suppose, real quick. Wow. Sometimes this feels like the slower way, but I feel like you pretty much get it about the same speed either way. Ammo a lot of times. I mean, you know, these are insulated boots are really good if you don't already have them. They're, especially early game, they're really good. What's up, Ease? But yeah, they can be pretty good. All right, I don't see what we're looking for. Shall we try to get down the rope? We're a little bit tired, but I think we're fine. It's not a particularly long rope climb getting down. Yeah, there's oftentimes there's ammo in there. It's not guaranteed or anything, but quite often there's ammo in those safes. And there could be other good stuff too. But then again, everybody's idea of good stuff is different. It's all about what you value. For me, on a lower difficulty, I value ammo. Mostly, I value rifle ammo. Revolver ammo, I won't care about later. I just won't. But rifle ammo is a premium. Hell, if we can... Well, we're not going to be able to get up that rope, I don't think. We can get down the first one, but not up the next one, so we'll probably just go ahead and sleep. See, that dude's wearing a Koashan. He won't have one on him, though. You know, sometimes you feel like you're awful with a particular weapon, and sometimes it's just the game not giving you the percentage of hit that you might get. Like, in order for anything to be a one-hit kill, you basically got to crit. And that's just RNG. I don't know if hitting a particular animal in a certain spot is going to give you a better chance of RNG to get a one tap, but you know, I've shot a wolf in the face twice and they didn't fall, and then I've shot a wolf in the face once and it falls. It's just interesting, but that's all part of the game. RNG is part of pretty much every game in the world. Some games way more than others. No Man's Sky is a great example. It relies too heavily on RNG. Conan, there's RNG in it. It doesn't, the loot tables aren't all that strong in that game, but, you know, certain bosses or certain figures that you have to go fight might have a 20% drop rate. What I found in the games that rely on RNG super heavily, like No Man's Sky, is it becomes a compounded RNG. So, good example. Let's say that a particular derelict freighter, you're guaranteed to get an S-class module for your freighter, but there's 5 different ones that you're looking for, or 6, whatever the hell it is. And they say that each one is a like 18% chance, right? So it's like an even split across the board to get the one you're looking for. So just because, well, let's call it 20% chance. Let's call it 5 and 20%. So you got a 1 in 5 chance. Now, just because you've got the 4 you weren't looking for in your first 4 tries, that doesn't mean you're going to get it on the 5th try. You still get a 1 in 5 chance on the 5th try. So you're actually just as likely to get a duplicate as you would be to get the one you're looking for. That's kind of like stacked RNG. No Man's Sky is horrible for it. Oof, big wind. We are pretty tired, but I think getting down the rope shouldn't be a problem. I don't know. I could sit and talk about game science and shit all day, man. I love discovering how mechanics work, the mathematics behind them, how to relate that to people, like, you know, what your chances are of getting the things you're looking for. You know, something that's got a 1% drop rate and something like WoW. That doesn't mean you're going to get it 1 out of 100 times. You might get it 5 out of 100 times. You might get it none out of 100 times. It's just RNG. But I love going in and checking stuff like those drop rates and doing the work and letting people be like, hey, you know, this drop rate doesn't really drop like it says it does. Or, hey, this drop rate may be higher than what it says it is, at least in my experience. I love looking at stuff like that and trying to bring those kind of videos to people to help them out. I wonder if eating and drinking is going to get us below the limit here. Oh, it's only because we're fucking tired. Well, you know what that means, guys. That means it's time for Jester's School of Billy Goating. And the way down should be right over here. I'm not dropping anything. We're only heavy because we're tired. We're not heavy because we're heavy. It's because we're fatigued. Down we go. And again, if you guys ever have any trouble billy goating or anything like that, just make sure you're crouched. It's going to reduce the chance that you get a sprain. Take it slow at first until you kind of know where you're going. And even now, I'm kind of feeling, not nervous necessarily, but like, we've still got to be a bit careful about this. But we're basically down now. Not nearly as scary as you'd think it is. Wow, there is a lot of deer down here. So I'm expecting maybe no wolf. There's 4 deer just sitting here like this. We should be more than safe to sleep in this cave. Because we're certainly not going to get up the rope. Not tonight. This cave could be home to a distress pistol case. Man, there's enough meat here. We could live for a long time. Plenty of wood down here to do too. No distress pistol down here this time, but there's a spare bedroll and yeah. All right, let's get back over here where it's warm in the cave. We are pretty tired, so let's just go ahead and try to sleep. We did go ahead and craft up a bare bedroll for this particular trip because we're not going back home until we're done with the tails. That's just how it's going to be. We're going to push. If we end up dead, we end up dead. I'm not scared. I think we can do it. There's two regions that I'm concerned about. One of which would be zone of contamination, and that's mostly because our clothing is going to take an absolute pounding. Sundered, on the other hand, I am a little concerned about because we don't have, like bear coats and shit on and stuff like that. So it gets pretty cold there, but I think we're going to be okay with the gear we've got. As long as we keep it maintained, we should be fine. Once we're in Sundered, we can also grab the camera, which is something we can't do on the main save. But once we get all the tails done, that'll be time we come back and we're like, okay, now we're ready to one by one loot out each region. We gave ourselves a really good head start by having pretty darn good gear from Jump Street. On past me, Mr. Buck. I ain't here for you today. Easy climb. We'll go down and we'll check the gas station for wires and fuses only. And then we will probably go check the farmhouse for wires and fuses. And then we'll probably just loop around to from there. Oh, shit. That's moose sign. That's moose rubbing right there. Wow. Talk about a wildlife refresh. I don't see the other two spots yet, so let's just kind of be careful. We'll leave everything else for the time being. Yeah, I don't see any other moose marks just yet. Whoa, there's one, and fuck, he's gonna spawn right here. One there, one there. Where's the third mark so we can triangulate? Down there. Wow, so he's gonna spawn right on this road when he spawns. There should be some wires and fuses down in the barn for the farmhouse. We may need to grab a battery from a car to take up with us. We'll do that. And what we'll end up doing, I'll show you guys. We're going to manipulate this to where we do it first thing in the morning so we can go directly to HRV. There's some wires. That's good. They should be there's some fuses. They should be kind of everywhere in this region since there's a tower here. Probably some ammo over here. Yep. Not really here for loot per se. Wow, that's a lot of breakdown time. We are going to need more scrap metal, though. Go down to the farmhouse, see what else we can find. And then we'll just try to get up to the prepper's cache. But we want to repair the tower early in the morning so we have plenty of time to get to the cave and HRV. It's a bit of a walk to get up to the transition. From the transition, it's not all that far, but there could be threats in our way. There used to be a bear spawn there. I don't know that it'll be here this run, but there can definitely be a bear spawn right as you get into HRV. Again, we're just stopping by here. We're not staying. Although the farm is traditionally where I usually make my main base for Mountain Town. This time, we will probably do it up at Grey Mother's because we'll have the woodworking tools, or we do now. So we'll bring those with us next time to set up shop there. Because I've done limited staying at Grey Mother's, but I've always wanted to put a workbench there. That'll make it very viable. I don't care about these casings. We'll find them another time if we're not going to need them. We got 87 plus 6. We got what, 93 rounds on us right now. And to get to gunsmithing 5, I don't want to use too many pistol rounds because that's a waste of gunpowder for us because we're going to be bow and arrow pretty much exclusively later. No dead guy in here. We'll check the tractor to see if the key's in there. Key is in there. I can see it now. Yoink. And we're just going to have a cursory look around in here, and then we're heading straight up where we need to go. Another fuse. Again, we're looking for one damn thing. Ow, 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 ow. We may try to find some scrap metal somewhere just so we've got plenty. There's more pistol ammo. All kinds of stuff we'll end up bringing back for the crafting of gunpowder and stuff later. And I'm just here to look for one thing. Well, one type of thing. Wow, no gun here. Means there's probably a pistol up at Grey Mother's. We're going to take the back way to get up to the Prepper's Cache, and we may still have to negotiate a bear up at, that's an absolutely new moose location, by the way, up there. Got to keep an eye on the skies here. The weather looks to be turning a little bit. That could put a small hitch in our plan. This is the location for the cougar spawn. If you have the cougar turned on, we don't. One of these nights I'll go on the main save and we'll just pass time until we can get a cougar. And then we're going to go hunt the fucking cougar. It would be a big risk potentially to lose that save, but I don't much care. I know some people that have been with me forever going, oh my God, the ropes. Look, man, it's not that big a deal. Just digital assets. We care, but we also do not care. I know that's kind of a contradiction in terms, but it is what it is. It's so weird with the music, and I'm not even sure it's loud enough for you guys to hear now, but the music goes off of a song, and like, I'm like, oh. Maybe the wind did die down just a hair at the same time, which is awkward, but. What difference does it make? I've recorded that I've done it. Everybody's seen it in videos. I have done a short on it, proclaiming it to be a world record. We're going to have to deal with him. He ran straight that way, which is right where we're going. So let's get over here to the last uppity point, because if he turned on us, I want to have as much time as possible to fire. He might have made a right-hand turn. He came right up over this ridge. I don't think there's anybody in their right mind that would say I didn't do it. I've got all the proof on video. So even if we lose that save tomorrow or today, nobody could ever take it away. I know I did it. The audience knows I did it. People can say whatever they want to. It doesn't make it true. I liken that to the Long Dark apologists, or not Long Dark, No Man's Sky apologists. They can come in and say whatever they like on my content. That doesn't mean that it's true. People that are willing to have a good conversation about the state of that game, I'm willing to listen, and I will hear counterpoints. My way's not the only way, and I get that. But when something's right in front of your face and you absolutely deny it, that's just idiocracy, in my opinion. I was kind of hoping for more wires and shit, but that's okay. Nothing we really need. Let's get on. Yeah, I will never deny somebody their opinion. But when their opinion isn't rooted in fact, I have the right to counter that. We're into the wind, apparently. Even though it's more of a crosswind, and you can kind of... Well, no, it's coming right in our face right now. Okay, that sounded horrible. Okay, that doesn't sound any better. We are walking into the wind, currently. There'll be plenty of batteries for us to loot down just below. That's the transition cave right there to get the HRV. Which is where we'll have to go after we fix the tower. This isn't going to help matters. I mean, it's very early in the day, though. That we're walking in the wind. Maybe I should have tried the badge where you're less affected by wind. Maybe that's a video I should make, is discussing all the badges and their potential uses. Why you would want to use something over something else. You know, some people would say that the fire starting is a great one to have because you automatically start at level 3, but what's really the benefit to that long term? Sure, it's great. You don't need tender like ever in your run, but does that outweigh, you know, 20% faster walking speed into the wind? Does that outweigh, say, the lack of cabin fever, if you have that available? Yeah, I think it would be a pretty educational video just to get it out there and see if it started discussion. I love it when I can start discussion. Maybe I'll work on that. You know, there's some that I feel like are kind of non-negotiables when it comes to selecting your feats or your badges. And obviously, when you first start the game, you're not going to have access to any badges, really. But, you know, as you sprint, you're going to get stamina regen one eventually. And as you walk through blizzards, you'll get the Blizzard Walker one eventually. As you do certain other ones, you'll get certain other ones eventually. And I've seen people explain it before, but I don't know, all things being equal and having access to all of them. Oh, we got to watch for a bear here, by the way. Because it's highly possible. I'm not sure if this bear spawn has changed. There he is. We've got two choices here. We can either put him down, which we're probably going to have to do. This isn't a good shooting position. We're going to have to wait for him. We could get in the car and let him pass, but that's a little more dangerous because you never know how long it takes him to get around you. And you could trigger him and he'd be chasing you from behind. Or we can sit here next to this door. And when he comes around that truck, we can pop him. That should de-aggro him. No, it can be done over a multitude of playthroughs. Now he is bleeding. We could just let it happen. Or we could get out and press the issue. Now, I don't care about the pistol rounds. And what I do kind of care about here is we're going to leave... Oh shit, I did it with a hatchet. That was silly. Certain ones... Hang on, let me rephrase what I just said. Certain ones, yes. They need to be done in a playthrough to get the accumulative number that's required. But like other ones, so like the Trapper badge for snaring rabbits, that's a cumulative one. So over the course of all your runs, you have to trap like 100 rabbits in order to get that badge where you start with a 25% faster or 25% more likely chance of snaring a rabbit. Now, if you were going to do like a challenge run, maybe like a rabbits only run, that would be a great badge to start with. But the snares are pretty effective without that badge, especially if you put them out there 4 or 5 at a time. They're really quite effective, and you can get all the rabbit stuff you need pretty much just with those. And you can craft snares early in the game. It's just reclaimed wood and metal. Metal isn't renewable, but it's pretty easy to gather. I tell you what, let's stop for lunch. And a drink. All right, we're heading to the Prepper's Cache is where we're going, in case I haven't made that clear. This is a one-way trip that's going to put us back out by... Ooh, we got the rare one. It's the rare wolf in the cave. That happens... I don't know the exact percentage, but it's not a guaranteed spawn that's here. But yeah, certain ones you have to do in that save. To get the straight to the heart badge, I think that's cumulative as well. Which is consuming a certain number of coffees. No, I'm saying that's what it takes to craft it. You get your reclaimed wood back, but to make them it takes reclaimed wood and scrap metal. Oh, it's guts, that's right. And guts are extremely renewable. I'm wrong, it's not metal. You are correct. You are correct. Which makes better sense, considering you use guts to make like fishing line. Why do I always think it's metal? Most of the time, so like, go back and watch, I don't know if you've watched any of the videos that I've done before, but go back and watch the Snaring is OP video. Because I give you away, and this is pre-wildlife reset. It's not populated, guys. Son of a... Wow. Wow. So now I need to go look up and see what the location of the Prepper's Cache is in HRV. Because... Wow. We are striking out on populated caches. Holy crap. And I don't remember where the Prepper's Cache is in HRV. Since we're going to be there, we're going to come back there eventually, but I was really hoping to find the Hunter's Revolver while we were out here. We might be able to find the one in Bleak, and maybe it's populated. I think I remember where that's at, but it's going to be a little bit out of our way. Oh, it's up by the southern signal fire? That's the exact opposite direction of where we got to go to get the bunker. But that's a pretty easy detour. We don't have to go super deep into HRV to get the bunker. What did you die to? Storms or wildlife? Coal up here. That will respawn as well. So there is a small source of coal here in Mountain Town. Let's go up and have a look at the tower and see what's up here by the tower. Maybe some metal scrap here, hard to tell. The bear, when I did As the Dead Sleep, the bear got me once and I had to restart because I just couldn't recover from it. HRV is a pretty confusing region. I will give you that. It is very confusing. Wow, there's just nothing up here by this either. So we're going to need to go down and get some more metal scrap, but we can... let's fix what we can fix. We need more scrap metal, that's fine. And we'll need to bring a battery back up with us. Alright, so that's all we can do here for now. Plenty of stuff down here. We can get back up here without going all the way around, so it's not a big deal. We'll pop into Gray Mother's. And then we'll search a few of these cars in town to see if we can get a battery. Gray Mother's will probably have something we can break down for scrap metal. And then we're going to set up shop and get ready for the next morning. The problem's going to be if we got to really try to judge the weather going over to HRV. Like if we get a day like this, it's not a problem at all. If it's even remotely close to a storm, then we could be in deep trouble. HRV used to be one of the regions that I hated a lot, but it's not that bad now. It's just because I've spent more time there. Map familiarity happens eventually. A lot of times there's ammo in one of these rooms. There's also this thing. I don't know if everybody knows that, but if you break this cloth, there's usually a surprise behind it. This time it's a cup of coffee. Sometimes it can be like a cured sapling. Wow. Don't see any ammo here. There is the red long johns, but we don't need them. All right, well, there's not a lot here. Let's, we need to find a source of metal real quick. I know where we can go to get it. It's not a problem. Like I said, we're going to leave most everything alone here. There's another cooking pot there, and then there should be one out here, too. Right there. So we'll have plenty of cooking pots to spare when the time comes. So we need to find a battery and a quick source of metal. Easiest way to get metal will be to find one of these houses that is pretty much broke. I'll show you. There's a battery. We're going to be pretty heavy with that, but it kind of is what it is. All right, so we'll stay in HRV long enough to check the cache. And then eventually, somewhere down the road in this save, we'll come back to... How do we get that heavy? Damn. Oh, that's 15 kilos. Okay. I thought they were 10 kilos. Bum, 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 bum. There should be one of these houses over here that's open that we can just cut down a shelf or something like this one here. Yep, there's a shelf. We got one wire and two more. So we need to find a few more fuses still. And at least one more wire. Honestly, I wouldn't do Forlorn for the Forge. If you're already doing Coastal Highway, Bleak Inlet, I'm not Bleak Inlet, Desolation Point is a much easier option. Forlorn, there's way fewer places to take refuge, and the forge isn't even necessarily protected. Just my opinion, though. Let's go in the bank real quick and see if there's any more wires. The thing here is we can't be heavy. So what we'll probably do is drop the extra shit. I'll show you. We may even drop some ammo because we just don't need that much ammo. But I'm trying to collect enough to where we can guarantee ourselves that we can go straight to Forlorn and fix that one so it's just over with. But it's hard to tell where you're going to find wires and fuses and stuff. I think we only need one more of each to guarantee success. And we should find that over there. Because Forlorn is so... I don't much care for Forlorn. I don't. It's a garbage freaking region, honestly. We'll probably find some others. Wait, there's one open house here, two open houses. Let's see if we see anything in here before we commit to carrying 15 kilos up the hill. surprisingly not seeing much. For a region that's got a tower, we barely found hardly any here. We've got time to spare here to do it. Oh, another reason we're heavy is because we're tired. Sometimes there's another cooking pot in one of these type of places. Doesn't look like this time there is, but that's fine. Yeah, Forlorn is, I would say, among the more seasoned player regions that you would want to enter. I'm really tempted, since we already fixed those two, to walk back down here, but it's getting late and we're already tired. We'll just power through. And we'll just carry more stuff than we really need with us. We're just going to be heavy because of we're tired, number one. Number two, we've got this fucking battery on us. Oh yeah, no worry. We're currently carrying the battery up the hill. Quite slowly. Yep, that's one of the biggest things there. There's also not nearly as much cover unless you know where you're looking. As far as, you know, there are caves and stuff to hop into, but there's really only two POIs that have reasonable cover to them, and both of those are not necessarily indoor locations. That being Poachers, and then where the forge is at, whatever that farmstead is down there. Oh, sorry guys, it's just this battery's super duper heavy. We should have all the scrap metal we need for even when we get over to Forlorn. But I think we are going to try to pop by and see if we can find the Prepper's Cache and HRV. It's one rope. And then we can pretty much, if it's where I think it is, where you're telling me it is, I think we can billy goat back down from there, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Oh yeah, I'm extraordinarily tired. It's just, this is how it's gonna be for right now. Last time I did this, I didn't do it properly. I just came and fixed it. I didn't know how the mechanic worked. When you switch one of these things on, that night will be an Aurora every time. So you can use that mechanic to your advantage if you know where you're going. And honestly, we got real lucky the first time I did this, because I went to HRV and I was sitting in a cave waiting for an Aurora. And it turned out that the cave I was in was very much close to where the bunker's at. When we go to live in HRV, it's going to be basically a cave. All right, let's go ahead and fix the metal. And then let's walk down the hill. And then we'll see what we can do for leaving stuff behind here in this region. Because we're starting to get a little heavy anyway, just from ammo and shit like that. Because we're going to, at some point, need to do everything we can do to get food. We're not going to have enough food for this entire trip. So we're not out of the woods in that front either. Well, we'll be sleeping down here in the cave. We could pretty easily go over and take a couple of rabbits or something if we needed to. We don't need to right now. We'll probably need to hunt a little bit in HRV. Or we'll need to hunt here coming back to get some venison or something. Remember, we've got that bear that's up there. We could just go up there, but I don't want to walk all the way around again. There's only one way to get up to that area, and I don't feel like walking that distance. We're already trying to do this on a timing basis, so the idea here is to sleep until very first thing in the morning, which we're set up to do. Walk over, fix that, and then get our butt up to HRV. All right, so what can we drop here that we can come back for later? Not much of this. Really not much of anything, if I'm being honest. That didn't help much. It helped a little. But we need to be light enough for when the time comes that we can negotiate a rope. Because we will have to climb up one rope in HRV. Let me see if I can't locate that on a map real quick. Because I remember doing it, I just don't remember exactly how to get there. I think I remember, but it's been a while. We're going to give it just a minute here. Yeah, give me a moment. Most of it will probably be YouTube videos. I was hoping just to be pointed to a map. That's not what I'm looking for. At once, I'm still just kind of looking, guys. Give me a second. Fuck. Look at the legend here. It should be there. Wow, really small print. This one doesn't show it. Still looking. Give me a moment.
55% of Americans lose or break their...
Stupid fucking ads. It's right next to the Lonely Cave. Okay, hang on. I'm looking. Okay, I know where it is now. All right. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit difficult to get to, but that's not a problem. All right, so we've now got 12 hours to sleep. That'll put us very near to morning. Let's eat another steak. And we are exhausted, so this is good. So you got to cross the log in order to get over to it. And it's right up by Lonely Cave, like right outside that entrance. But hopefully we can get over to HRV pretty early and kind of set up where we want to set up. And maybe even take a wolf. Or if we have to take down the bear that's in our way, we can do that as well. But once we trigger this, we've got to do it in that order. I don't think we're going to have time to get over and try to find the Prepper's Cache and then get back before nightfall. Maybe we will. Maybe we could do it that way. I'm just looking for the Hunter's Revolver, really, is all I'm looking for right now. Okay, so now there's no chance that there could be an Aurora just that happens, like a very short one. All right. To HRV we go. Maybe the right way would be a good idea, though. Trying to go back down to... Did we pick up our bedroll? Yes, okay. Always good to make sure of that. We would not make it very long in HRV without our bedroll. Let's see what the weather keeps wanting to do, and maybe we'll try to get up and try this Prepper's Cache first if we get up there quickly. In the last run we did, we had a moose spawn that was going to be right here in town, which would have been awesome, but I decided to go YOLO once again, and cougar got us. And I didn't much care for that mechanic, so we didn't turn the cougar on this time. For all intents and purposes, we need to haul ass up here. No running, because we are going to try to negotiate one rope. It's so early in the day. If we can make good time, I think I've got to go drink. I don't, but I've got a stim, so that'll be just fine. Even if the signal fire is up there, I don't think we're going to go to the signal fire. We're just going to turn the other direction and head towards Lonely Cave. Wolf. No, no wolf. I thought that was base game. It's really weird because so many people had to buy the game a second time. I am among those. But because I've got so many hours of enjoyment out of this game, I didn't mind supporting the developers again. It really pissed a lot of people off, though, to getting access to things like, you know, Ptarmigan and the new maps and the Tales content, that they had to buy the game again. Anybody buying the game new now gets all that shit regardless. How are we this tired already? We slept 12 hours. This could be tricky. Well, for me, it comes up. It didn't come up and even give me the option to not do scurvy on this run. But it did give me the option for the cougar. Most of the time, it'll give you the option to turn off scurvy and turn off the cougar. And see, that's where people like, again, kind of a No Man's Sky apologist theory here, but that's where people are like, well, if you don't like the cougar, turn it off. I mean, their point's valid, but at the same time, I want to play that content. I don't want it to suck. And I don't think it's implemented all that well. It's certainly not content for me. One of these days, I'll figure out how to put developer console on here, and that way I can just get into a save, start something new, and spawn in whatever the fuck I want from day one. But I have yet to be able to figure that out on a technical level. Huh. That's really weird. This run gave me the cougar option and not scurvy. Scurvy's not that hard to manage, especially late game. You just have to make sure you're rotating fishing into your time spent in the game. And make sure you've got a good location that's stocked with wood and food and or fuel, food and water. Honda HRV. I don't remember this. I don't think it's a very long transition if I remember right, but I don't remember it all that well. I don't come over to HRV very often. Yeah, no, and again, I've got a video kind of outlining how it's really easy, especially in Pleasant Valley or Coastal Highway, to really set yourself up with a great fishing shack. It all just depends on where you want to do it. Fish are a great source of vitamin C. And you also need to understand the mechanic, which basically you start with a counter, and for every day that you don't consume vitamin C, it will count that number down until you get to a certain part, and then it'll say you've got a scurvy risk. And then it's like, say it's like a 500 number. And then once you get to 100, it gives you a scurvy risk. You need to go across that right there. The cache is right up there. But we have to go all the way around to get back to it. There's no way to get up there from here. God, I'm so thankful for auto walk. I think maybe one of these days we're going to do Darkwalker again, and maybe we'll even attempt As the Dead Sleep again, because I don't feel like it was a fluke that I beat that. But I feel like because I played normally on a lower difficulty, maybe a chip on my shoulder. People think that I can't play at a higher level if I really wanted to. I just don't find it as enjoyable. I like the loot. I like the... You know, eventually the game's going to kill you anyway, but you can stave that off for thousands of days if you play it right. And you can do that on Interloper as well. Misery was not even remotely fun. I think I made it 2.5 or 3 days, something like that. It wasn't even a little bit of fun. I don't see a bear yet. That don't mean he ain't down there. If we can see him, it might behoove us to shoot him now. And he may not be there, so... Let's just stay this way and we'll get over to the rope and get up the rope and start making our way back towards the entrance. I don't see him. But our cave's not far up that way, so I think we got time to do all of this. I don't see him. Run off, shithead. I haven't made a ton of Long Dark content, but the stuff that I have made, I'm pretty proud of. Because I think it's different than what a lot of people do. You know, two of the biggest names in this game that I know of are Athenan and Zachnafine. And mostly they just strictly play Interloper. And it's not really tips and tricks so much as it is gameplay. And they show you how they do things. I'd rather give you information and let you guys be able to do things on your own. There's no right or wrong. I'm not saying they're wrong. That's just how I would prefer to handle stuff. Here's the information. You guys do with it what you want to, basically is what I'm saying. I don't think we got a southern spawn here, so it doesn't matter. We're not going up there. We're going this way. I don't see smoke, and it's not too far around that corner, so I should have looked before we got up here, but I think we've got a northern spawn, which isn't all that difficult to get to, but it's tougher than the southern. That seems to be like the trend lately, that I keep getting northern spawns every time I come to HRV. All right, we need to get some things situated. We're down to our last piece of meat and our last liter or so of water. Let's just hope we can make this work. Still very early in the day. Because with that rope climb, I'd like to be able to sleep for an hour or two just to get my energy back before we have to go to the bunker. And again, the bunker's not really about the loot so much as it is the notes and things. Remind me if I don't to turn on audio so you guys can hear the cutscenes and everything. But there should be a security officer's log and then some other flavor. But I'm going to do my best to remember to turn that on before we pick anything up. All right, there's the tree. We're already back at the entrance. That's the way out down there. Right down there is where we came in. It'd be hilarious if I could still see my footprints. And we can billy goat right there. So up here should be the cache near this cave that this one-way path leads to. We're doing great on time. We may even be able to catch that couple-hour nap. Okay, the video I saw said it was right here. Is this Lonely Cave? Yeah. Yes. Basically showed it as being right outside here. Did I miss it someplace? I'm confused. Ah, there we go. That's right. All right, let's see if this one's populated. And if it is, which one it is. Populated. It's weapons. I see the rifle. Oh, I didn't mean to grab that. Really hoping that it was the hunter one, but it's not. Although, damn. We were really hoping for the pistol, and I don't know if we're going to find that here. Just a revolver. Not the revolver. Okay, well, we got one. We just didn't get what we wanted. Which I can't complain about. Because we got one. Was there any food laying around? Chips, crackers, ski boots. Thank you, but no. I think there's a safe back there that you can actually get to by breaking all that down, but we don't have time for that right now. We'll come back here someday. This isn't the hunter's. This isn't the hunter's one. It's another Guns, Guns, Guns book, though. Those are pretty rare. All right, well, we didn't get what we wanted, but we know this is here now. Might as well get a free refuel while we're here. Like I said, we know it's here now. Let's get and continue to try to resolve our food issue. We just picked up a couple liters of water, which is nice. We'd like to get a few hours sleep. Just so we've got a little bit of energy back for the chase tonight. I know we can go down that other side, and that looks fairly sheer, so why don't we maybe do it the easy way? Okay, we committed, and I probably shouldn't have, but we're fine. Let's go to the cave we're going to stay at. We'll have us a nap. Hopefully we can get a wolf or something. I think we're fine on calories for now. We've still got our bear steak. And we just picked up some crackers, which is... It's 600 calories. It's not bad, but and it doesn't weigh hardly anything. That's another video I'd really like to do is... The best carry per... weight per calories ratio. I kind of touched on it in one video, but I just did it with the meats for the most part. I didn't include things like crackers and canned goods. I kind of just ruled canned goods out, and maybe I shouldn't have. Yeah, we picked up a lot of ammo in there, though. That was great. That will definitely... I mean, that was like 20 rounds of rifle ammo. That will aid us on our journey considerably. Uh-oh. Weather's turning a little bit. It won't blizzard tonight because there will be an aurora one way or the other. Period. There'll be an aurora. I see the signal fire, but I can't tell which one it is. Let's get over here and look a little harder. Oh, maybe it was that one. We just couldn't see it from where we were. So maybe we did get a southern spawn. Because the other one should be coming from up over that way. Again, let's keep our eye open for bear just in case. There's also a recipe over here someplace that we may or may not find. Could be on this guy right here, actually. There it is, Stalker's Pie. I don't see bones in that cave. I don't think that's an active bear spawn. Our cave is just up here around the corner. We're a little heavy, most of that being because we're tired. We didn't pick up a lot there in the bunker, but there is stuff we will go back for, though. There was dusting sulfur and growrite. All stuff you need to make gunpowder. I wouldn't hate taking a deer here. Speak of the devil. But let's get to the cave before we do any of that. I think it's that one up there. But we'll be well positioned to go out tonight during the aurora and do what we got to do. Mateo, if you're still around, this is where Bob happened. Yep, this is the cave because Bob happened right up there on that hill. Bob was a glitched zombie wolf. That was a lot of fun. A whole lot of fun. You remember, yeah. Got a great short out of that. I kept shooting him with arrows too, thinking, oh, he'll come, you know, he'll die. He was already dead the whole time. But he was still standing there acting like he was eating. It was absolutely hilarious. Let's catch a couple of hours sleep here. Our weight's, oh shit. That's not helping matters. Our weight's not that bad, it's just that we're tired. We are getting low on food, but we got a little snacky shit here. We might as well eat that. What the? Not even a noise. Not even a noise. Hang on, we gotta heal. Not even a little noise. Not even a bark. So stupid. He died. I heard him just fall. He may have died right outside. What an asshole wolf. Must have died right over there. Nope, there he is. Piece of fucking donkey shit. This game sometimes can just be so stupid. That was utter and complete bullshit. And I heard something, I wouldn't like it, but I can't say that it's complete bullshit. That was complete bullshit. Nope, 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 nope. Do this. Yeah, I'm super pissed about that. Doesn't matter, we just lost a little bit of condition, but that fucks up our clothes too. I mean, we were talking that we wanted that we wanted to kill a wolf or something anyway, but Interland just insists on doing these jump scare mechanics that are just fucking dumb. He fucked up our hat, and it fucked up our gloves. That's fine. You know better, Dad. You know better. Okay, we took a little bit of a hit on one pair of the snow pants too, but we're gonna have to just deal with that for the time being. I dropped those. It's not bad, it's only 20% down. We'll fix those later. We're getting into night. I just wanted to have some meat for backup for when we come back here. Might even be able to make some water. We got so many sticks on us right now, we're going to need to drop some of those. Or we can use them up. Half a kilo steak. We kind of just hang around till our Aurora hits, and then we'll go out with the radio, and we'll see if we can do it. And then, now that we got a little bit of meat, we're gonna get the fuck out of here and head straight to Forlorn. I mean, we'll probably come in here and sleep so we got good rest, but... All right, I got the noise. All right, we need to be ready with a weapon. I'm gonna get my finger on the 2 button. God damn it. Didn't Bob happen when we were doing this last time? Please, please, please don't be anything too stupid here. I don't think we can get up here. Absolutely not. I heard the wolf. I don't see him. I heard the bark, but I don't see him. I sort of know where we're going anyway. I don't see him. He's close. Where you at, Snarly? Oh, come on, game. Don't do this shit again. There he is. Go die. So we're going back this way. I don't remember exactly where it's at, but I know it's this way. Now it's over here, but that's fine. I feel like Bob happened the last time we were over here doing Signal Void. I miss Bob. Bob wouldn't despawn until he finally did. He became our stream pet. He was like the in-game version of Mortimer. Right here it is. Watch, I'll come back to game and Will already be bitching. I'm so tired.
not sure why I feel so tired.
What did I fucking say? Ugh, I hate Will so much. Not my favorite dude. All right, here we are. We're at the next bunker. Hopefully we can find another couple of wires too. That'll get us everything we need to finish up Forlorn in a hurry. We need that. We'll take that for repairs. Shouldn't need scrap metal. We don't need fuel. We just reloaded that. There's wires. I think that's all we need.
Hope I can still eat this.
Shut. Oh, okay, look, I'm just gonna go find the things. I can't handle Will's dumbass. There should be corn and ham. Of course, we're not gonna carry the corn and shit with us right now.
If I can drop any of this gear.
Shut up, Will. God, how do people put up with this? Like, legitimately, how do people deal with fucking Will's loud ass? Hate him. It would be one thing if he would just say something and then shut the fuck up. But he don't do that. Did I miss a turn? Nope, it's right here. All right, here we go, guys. Interview transcript 14.
Session 14, Project Medical Officer interviewing patients. Return to the first instance. What did you see?
It was at the beach. Just pictures in my head, feelings. One of those beaches where the sand goes way down to the water, no drop off. I remember a gray day and dark water, no wind, no waves. I was alone, looking around a lot. I didn't understand what was happening. What do you think when you're that little? Always wondered why it was that day, that trip, that stuck with me.
Focus on the ending, the final frame.
They lost me. Just a little kid.
So a little more flavor. Basically, these guys are still having these weird dreams that are being triggered by something, and we have as yet not figured out what it is. I'm doing my best to explain things and not spoil them. Well, this could be a reasonable base. It's indoors. It's got a workbench. We got a bed. It'd be dark as shit, but... All right, Security Chief's log. Here we go, guys.
The island hasn't been making our lives any easier. Hauling loads from the coast to the inland bases has been slow and costly. And people are starting to notice our operation around the airfield and mine. It's getting harder to stay under the radar. But the character of the locals, both here and far inland, seems in our favor. There aren't any helping hands. Outsiders get ignored and then forgotten. And we play the part.
Search Bunker Gamma complete. Wow. A literal swallow of water. All right, so we're going to leave everything else here. We're already heavy. Let's get out of here and go back to the cave. We should be safe there now that that one wolf that patrols is down. We'll make some choices about our weight in the morning, and then we're gone. We're out of here. Yeah, the bunkers are pretty good. Hang on.
To drop something.
You need to shut up. Okay. It did turn off, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right. This is one of those games that doesn't have an accept when you make a change. Brother, it's all good water. Even if it's hot dog flavored water. I saw some weird short today of a guy that cooked a bunch of hot dogs and then saved the water, like he froze it. I don't even know what he was doing with it. It was just fucking strange. People are weird. Number one, okay, let's have a, I wish I could do a poll, but let's have a question in chat. Hot dogs. Number one, yes or no? Because a lot of people don't care for hot dogs. And the second question is boiled, grilled, or microwaved? There's no wrong answer here. Perfect. Some people don't like hot dogs. Okay, everybody agrees with me then, because I'm also, yes, but not every day. And I'm 100% on Team Grilled. Especially when they get the really good, like, char marks on them. God, it adds so much flavor. Microwave's okay if you're in a hurry. It's better than boiled. I grew up on boiled, and ugh. We didn't exactly have a propane type grill or anything when I was young, so we had to do with what we had, and mostly that was just boiled hot dogs. So here's another good question. I assume chili dogs are a yes as well. Oh, those are the two steaks. Okay, we'll pick those up on the way out. But when you make like chili to make chili, I find that the chili dogs aren't as good as if you use, say, like a canned chili or a really finely chopped up meat chili that's more geared towards a hot dog. Like it's almost more of a sauce than it is a chili. I don't know. Maybe I'm being weird. All right, we're in an interesting position here because we're about halfway through the night and we got a blizzard, so we can't move anyway. So this kind of forces our hand. Okay, when you say it, so hang on. My understanding as a Midwesterner, a coney is basically like a foot long, right? And here, I've never had a coney that didn't have chili on it. Good example would be like Sonic. Would be like the foot long, what they called a coney that came with chopped onion, chili, and then cheese. Why are we talking about hot dogs? I know I brought it up. It's my fault. It's totally my fault. This isn't great travel weather. Let's see about 1 more hour's sleep. I just picked this up from right in this location. Why is it doing this? Okay. Okay, maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's a reasonable explanation for it. Okay, it just blizzarded, so I don't think it's going to go back to blizzard. So let's see about getting our ass back to the transition, where we can make our decisions from there. I didn't know that that's type of... It's more of a meat sauce versus a chili. I didn't know that it had ground up or chopped up hot dogs in it. You know, I don't trust that that bear isn't going to be around, so we're going to take this careful. How do you enunciate that, potato? It's like a hot dog? Hot dog. I've also found that there are some very good brands of hot dogs out there. I found one. I worked at a meat provider as a picker, basically. We drove around on what we called mules. They were basically little pallet jacks that you drove. And I was introduced to a brand called Sabretti's, which are extremely good. The unfortunate thing is I also worked at a pork processing plant, and I know how they're made because I watched them be made. And it's not a pretty thing. There's nothing wrong with it necessarily. It's just, it's not lips and assholes, but it is bips and bobs that, okay, maybe this will ruin it for you guys, but there is a machine that they called the baiter that you would take, like when somebody would bone out like a picnic or a arm. Well, a picnic is basically an arm. Or when they would bone out a ham, the big ham bones, like leg bones, you would throw all that in there, and then this machine was designed to pick the bits of meat that the cutter didn't get off the bone. And then that was basically mixed with like dry ice and some other shit to make the hot dog mixture. Now, I have seen it done with actual, like, real cut beef and things like that, but those are rarities. Now I'm wanting a chili dog. God damn it. Dad made some, it's like a fajita casserole for tonight. It's got Spanish rice, chicken, peppers, onions, asado, and a couple of other cheeses. And then like a fajita type seasoning. It sounds good. I'm gonna go eat it here in a little while. He messed up though. The recipe actually called for double the rice that he put in it, so it's a little soupy. But it sounds good. I like Mexican food too. Oh, I don't know. Look, I've been a butcher multiple times now, and the thing I can say is a lot of things are shot up with chemical to keep them nice and fresh and red for a butcher's case. Local butcher stuff usually isn't, but you're also going to pay a premium because it's not mass produced. You should go look at some of my early videos on the channel then. One of the multiple reasons that I have the name Jester is that I used to do very, very odd, crazy, funny combinations of food that people would typically not have thought, hey, let's try this together. But I do because, fuck it, why not? Taco pastas and, like tomorrow night, one of the things that my dad really likes that I like making for everybody is it's a slider burger, but it's called the Little Kahuna. You ever watch a movie and you're like, hey, that sounds good? What is that? So I decided to recreate the Big Kahuna burger from Pulp Fiction, but I did it in slider form. And it came out amazingly. It's basically just a burger with pineapple, with crushed pineapple mixed into it, and then griddled to give it that nice browning. And then it has Swiss cheese, bacon, and there's two versions of the topping. The first version was a Caribbean jerk coleslaw. And the second version, which is what Dad likes, is it's basically a shredded lettuce that's tossed in a Thai chili vinaigrette. Like a scratch-made Thai chili vinaigrette. Both versions go really well together. But I've done some pretty crazy shit. I did a lasagna that was rolled up in a full-size pork loin once that I thought was fucking excellent, that everybody else kind of hated. It's just, I like doing different stuff, man. You get bored eating the same old shit all the time. All right, so we're gonna spend the day down at Farmhouse, and that way we're fully rested to come down the two ropes to get into the transition area to go to Forlorn. From there, it's gonna be a little tricky. We'll probably try to get across to, because there's two ways we could do this. We could go back through via Mystery Lake and go straight into Forlorn, or we could just go down the ropes from here and then transition and have to come kind of down and around. And we know from passing through here earlier that there is a bear, so what do you guys think? Should we play it safe and go through Mystery Lake? because there's not a lot of places to really hunt the bear particularly well without running the risk of getting mauled. The direction we would have to go if we climb these 2 ropes from Farmhouse. The other issue is we are currently encumbered. How badly encumbered? Not badly. Once we stop for lunch, we'll probably be okay. It's certainly a more direct path to go down. Well, not really, because you still got to go through the little transition at the bottom of Mountain Town. It's at the bottom of the ropes, and there certainly isn't much cover down there. I'm kind of leaning towards Mystery Lake. We may have to deal with the moose getting back over to Mystery Lake if he's spawned up. I think at the very, very least, we should potentially be able to make it to Forsaken tonight. I can go a little longer than last night. Turns out last night I was really just hungry. Because as soon as I ate, I felt immediately better. I went and made some noodles and ate those, and I immediately felt better. Phew, this weather, boys. Food won't be a problem in Forlorn because there's plenty of wolves and other wildlife. Water won't be a problem because we've got, a couple cooking pots on us. We can make 4 liters of water a couple hours. Not a problem. The problem right now is going to be managing our tired meter. We got to do a rope climb to get out of Mountain Town one way or the other. But I know that bear is up, so I think the safer play that gives us better cover is probably to go through Mystery Lake. Yeah, and I mean, maybe I'm oversharing a little bit, but just because of the situation that I'm in right now, my appetite's been pretty low and morale's been kind of low. So I haven't been taking the best care of myself. And I know that's probably a dumb, stupid thing to do. Just occurred to me, we don't know if any wolves are spawning here in town. I'm looking forward to Dad's concoction tonight. I do like trying new things. And I like all the ingredients that's in the dish. But it just kind of feels like we've fallen into a rut that we eat the same things over and over, and it's hard to plan a menu that way. Hopefully that moose isn't spawned and we don't trigger him. Because he's going to be right up this way if he's up at all. I mean, there are certain food types I could eat constantly. Like, give me Italian food, man, I could eat that shit all the time. Same with Mexican food. Now, my body doesn't react as well to the spicier stuff as it used to, but Mexican food, whether it's burritos or tacos or, gosh, just all kinds of shit. Love me some Mexican food. But Italian food will always probably be my absolute favorite. There is a way to go down from here, but it's a little bit on the dangerous side, so I don't think we're going to do that this time. Pretty early in the day, so we might take a couple-hour nap to get down the rope and back up the rope. How tired shit are we? Let's take a 2-hour nap. We're still heavy. Oh my God, by 0.01 kilos, we're heavy. By the time we get down the rope, we're going to be heavy again. Son of a bitch. So we'll probably not be able to get up the rope today. I don't know. Let's try it. I want to try to get these parts of the tails done. And then in the next time we play this game, we'll be able to start doing buried echoes. Which, boys and girls, means a trip to Zone of Contamination. Fuck. God, I hate ZOC. Yep, we're heavy. But only by just the slightest amount. Maybe another 2-hour nap. We got plenty of time in the day. We can still travel. I'm trying to figure out where we want to post up, because I think we want to try to get to the transition cave for Bleak. And that's kind of going to be where we camp out, because that's a fairly complicated cave to get through. So we want to make sure, once again, we do this in the morning with the tower. Well, see, like I said, situationally, I've been having trouble sleeping as well. Last night I laid down after I ate. I felt pretty good, but I kept waking up every 30 fucking minutes. And then I ended up getting a reasonable amount, which, you know, is probably like a 5 or 6 hour sleep session in. All right, we're not heavy, so let's try to get straight up this rope. It is shit weather, though. Remember, this is still the same day that we left HRV in. Like I said, I'm not completely sure how I want to attack getting over to the tower. The simplest way would probably be to go to Poachers and then kind of backtrack a little bit. There could be a bear in the way. But maybe if we can make Poachers by nightfall, we can kind of turn this thing around a little bit. We did pick up our bedroll, right? Please tell me we picked up our bedroll. Well, there's just a lot of walking, and I knew it was going to be this way. Okay, we got it. I knew it was going to be this way, so it's like... especially this one. Once we get this one done, it's not that bad. Because we'll be in the area where we've got to go to do the rest of the tails. So it's not nearly as bad. But this particular tail is just so spread out. And even to finish up this tail, we have to go all the way back to Forsaken. All the way back where we started this run. We are awful tired. We may take a day's break. We might. And that'll give us time to maybe cook a little food or something if we can take a wolf down or a deer. The problem with Forlorn Muskeg is there's just not a lot of places for cover. And if you're going to be anywhere near the ice, you don't want to be tired. You want to be able to have your run so that the way how we're going to do it's going to be very minimal ice crossing, but there's still ice to cross. So I want to be able to step on it if we need to. Once we get Forlorn/Bleak done, we've got a hell of a long walk to get back to Airfield. But remember, in the beginning, we set up to do... We didn't really set up because we didn't have any weapons, but we've got some things over there. I just don't remember exactly what was there, which is why I should have been taking better notes as to what we left behind. Why don't we just plan to spend the night at Trappers? Instead of trying to push too hard. We're super tired. It's starting to get a little later. We're going to be slow. And this will allow us to be pretty high tired meter getting into Forlorn and getting down to the transition cave where we can then kind of sort through stuff and figure it out. The problem is there's no place to really camp up there by that tower. There's no shelter, I don't think. we can start out pre-dawn, depending on the weather. This will give us an opportunity to look at our clothing and that kind of shit, which I think is still fine. If we needed to repair our wolf coats, we've got wolf coats or wolf pelts over at camp office, which isn't that far out of the way. It's a little bit out of the way, but it's not bad. I do that every time. It's this way and then left. Every time I come through here, I do that. Turn into that little dead end. Right here, we'll see the end. Right there. Weather permitting, we can be out of here in the morning. We'll look at all our stuff when we get in here because we got a little time to kill. Blizzard, wonderful. So it absolutely just blizzarded twice on us in one day. The game is just being mean. So we would have had to stop anyway. Turns out we were making the correct decision regardless. All right, we got a few things we can do here. Let's kind of... I'm not worried about this type of thing. We aren't going to be able to read because we're too tired. Let's just take a look at stuff here. Nah, we're fine. We could probably repair that just to kill a little bit of time. And maybe repair that. It doesn't need it just yet. Kind of would be a waste of cloth. This is kind of a waste of cloth. Do we have any cloth here that we can supplement? There's no curtains or anything. That looks like a piece of cloth, but it is not. Alright, so we got a piece of cloth so we can repair these. We don't really have anything to cook other than that tomato soup. No, we dropped that tomato soup because it was really low condition. So now we're back down into a spot with food. But we've got a few things over here that we could kind of snack on a little bit. They're all bad, though. We're reaching that point in the game where we have, we've kind of pushed our luck, waiting as long as we have to loot shit out. So now a lot of the good stuff in the game is just spoiled. Alright, well, we got more cloth if we needed it here, but we don't need it right now. We can't read because we're too tired. Let's let me guess that granola bar is going to be like, you still have some. Yeah. Let's pass an hour. Have a drink. We got plenty of water. Our food situation's a little not great. Let's get full condition back. I heard that little heartbeat in the music. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not, but I was like, oh no, are we gonna die? All right, let's see how chill it is outside. Not bad, not bad. You know what? I need to pee, and I think the dog needs to pee. I'm gonna hit pause here so we don't lose any time. I'm sorry it's not a good ambient look, but give me just a couple of minutes, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, sorry about that. She's a good girl, though. She usually goes out and does her business and then comes back. She's a pretty good kid. Why did I do this? It's over here. All right, next stop is going to be probably the tower. So now, since we did it this way, we can pretty much head straight to the tower, fix the tower, and then go to the transition cave, get to the back side of the transition cave of Forlorn, or I'm sorry, of Bleak, and then we wait for nightfall. We actually did a good thing here by stopping. I just took a bite of that fajita stuff. It's pretty good. Even cold is pretty good. I'm just going to leave these shells here as well. We have more than enough that we can just... So the trick to doing good stuff, as far as getting the maximum value out of when we do gunsmithing, is to just take some revolver cartridges, use those until you hit level 5, and then you switch over to rifle rounds. So all your expended carts from, because you can't make perfect ammo until you hit level 5. Ow. God bless it. All right. We'll cover all that quite some time from now, I'm certain, but at some point we'll get there. What the fuck was that? Oh, it's just that box car, or that log car. So hopefully by doing it this way, we're going to completely avoid the bear that would have been in our way coming from the other direction. It's not an absolute guarantee because he can patrol the side of the tracks we're going to go to, but the goal here is to get around him with no incident. And I'm only kind of doing it this way. Like, usually I wouldn't care. It'd be great to have bear meat that we could get back up to, like, poachers. And I would be very interested in taking a bear. But we're trying to kind of speed run this shit right now. We want to get it done so that we can go do the other tales. There's buried echoes. There's something silence, I think. I think the latest one is something silence. Broken silence, maybe? And I don't remember the one that we go to Sundered for. Patea, do you remember if you're still here? I don't remember offhand what that one's called. And I've never done Broken Silence. Whatever the new one is, I've never done that. We can't possibly do that on the main save. We can't get there. We also can't get the camera. There's the tower we're going to try to fix. I hear him, I don't see him. I think they're busy with a rabbit or something. I heard him growling and snarling. Hopefully, since we just got a blizzard yesterday, the weather holds up today. Maybe it'll get a little less windy, would be nice. There's usually wolves down this way, I believe. At least there used to be. We're going to do our best to stay off the ice. The camera should be up at the weather station, which is a couple of ropes up, and you know why we can't get there. And if you don't know why, I'm ashamed of you. The truth of the matter is, because how we did it, we can't even get back into Sundered Pass. We could have tried to take the transition cave, but it wouldn't work because we'd have a climb inside there, and we took the ropes in the transition cave. And we can't get there naturally because we took the rope as we went into Sundered, and then we took that transition cave out. It's up way up top of the mountain. Yeah, Sundered. Sundered Pass. It's way at the top of the mountain. If you go into the map and you make a left and you hug the left, there'll be a rope that you come up to that goes up. Well, there's one that goes left, and then there's one you further on if you follow straight. And basically, you want to take the one if you follow straight. That is kind of a linear path that leads you basically to another rope that takes you right up to Weather Station. And then you can billy goat down from Weather Station. Our tower's right up there, guys. And then the cave we want to go to is somewhere back over there for the transition. I don't remember exactly where. The farmhouse is down that way, straight up, or straight down. When we come back out, we'll probably come out this way and hook around that side. And again, we may have to deal with a bear. Maybe. Probably being more accurate. Through Transfer Pass. There's ways to get directly into each of the 3 new zones from Transfer Pass. All right, we are still kind of in a slight food deficit here, so we got to be kind of careful. Let's eat our crackers. We're starting to get a little low on water too, so. No, but you can go through ZOC to get there. There's basically, okay, so Transfer Pass is basically a 3-way transition that you can go to each one of those independently. And then there is a transition inside of each of the regions that connects all 3 to that transition cave. That transition cave is where we fell like 20 or 30 feet. And we went into it through ZOC, if I remember right, because that was the only one we could get into it from. All right, hopefully, I'm sure there's a battery up here because they couldn't expect you with no cars in this region to bring a battery this far. That wouldn't be fair at all. And last time I came through here, there was wolves. So we need to be on our guard. Yeah, I mean, they've got it set up where it's pretty fluid that you can get to each of the regions, but we fucked all of that up by taking the ropes. Or rather, I fucked all of that up by taking the ropes. There is one risk here, kind of switching topics a little bit. There's a risk that we could run into Aurora Timberwolves in Bleak, in Bleak Inlet. That could be kind of rough. We got a good early start on this, though. This is awesome. I'm going to give you guys a look out over here so you can kind of see where everything's at in this region. I don't know why I wasted a bullet. I was trying to bring him down so we could harvest him. Maybe he'll run down the hill and die. That'd be great. Oh, wow. I bet this would be mostly sheltered. All right, so in this box, there should be everything we would need. We should be solid now to get everything repaired. I hate this region a lot, so I would just as soon get this done and get out of here. And then we have to come back through here to get back over to airfield. We might be able to complete this tonight, guys. I didn't think it was possible, but we're getting things done a lot quicker than I anticipated. What? No shot we don't have 5 scrap. Oh my fucking god. And there's none up here? Are you out of your fucking mind game? Wow, not a single piece of scrap metal up here. Dirty word believable. That fucks our entire plan up, guys. Alright, so this is an overlook of all of Forlorn Muskeg. We're gonna need to go down there now. I don't wanna. Oh, the fuck is that? Anyway, the house is over there. You can see that's right there in the middle of the screen is Poachers. We were gonna come in from up there on that ridge line and then come down this way and around. But there's a bear that spawns not far from right there at Poachers. You can kind of make out the train that leads us back over to airfield there. Other than that, this area is pretty fucking desolate. I'm fucking irritated as shit right now, though. I cannot believe that this is what's going on. But there's no scrap metal here, and yet they're like, you need scrap metal. Wow, I should have looked at that because we could have probably broke something down in Mystery Lake. Certainly we'll find something over there at the forge area. But that is bougie. That's the game just being a dick. So now our plan changes. Hopefully we'll get down here and this wolf will have bled out somewhere. Keeping an eye out for birds. He ran back down this way. So maybe he came down here and died and we can harvest him real quick and we can have some more wolf meat. But I certainly wasn't planning on stopping over here at the farmstead and the forge. This is way out of our way. Extremely irritated right now. I thought that shelf we broke down gave us 6 pieces and we only needed 1 more piece. That would have left us with 5 and somehow we've got 4. So I don't know. But this will give us a chance to come over here and maybe find some canned food or something. Who knows? I don't see where the fucking wolf died. Maybe this is him down here. Because the deer's over there someplace. Maybe he's dead right here. Probably out on thin ice too, would be my guess. Fucking game. No, this is just a dead guy. All right, we don't have time for this. This is going to delay us by a day. That's okay, though. Not the end of the world. It just... We were on a roll, and that fucked us up pretty good. I'm certain we can go get some iron or some scrap metal over at that forge. I believe that's our transition cave back up there. So we would have been able to duck in there, get through. There's the dead wolf. Yeah, he walked across the thin ice. So we can't even go get him. Oh, this game. And now it's threatening to go storm again. For the third time in 2 days. We do have a deer steak on us, so we can cook that. There's a cave over here we could duck in if we had to. There should be more wolves up the way here, so... Potential food source. There might even be a bear. Or a moose. If the moose is up, we might take a couple a day hiatus and cook us some moose. Problem is, I think it's just a pot belly. Or maybe it's not, it's just the forge that's here. Alright guys, so the proper way to do this is to not go on the ice. That's thin ice. They come up here and go around this rock. There are ways to navigate the ice. I'm just not overly familiar with all of them. And I lost a really good run in this region once, so I tend not to fuck with Forlorn too much. Shelter's not great. All right, there are wolves on the ice. We do need some meat. Maybe we'll just use up a rifle shot to guarantee a kill. The rifle should all but guarantee us a solid kill on our terms. With a wolf, anyway. The secondary hut's right over there. That's got the forge in it. All right, here he comes. Let's do this on our terms, like I said. And there's no real good shooting position here. We'll elevate. Oh, this son of a bitch. Instead of taking a direct straight line, the son of a bitch tried to go around a tree. We got him anyway. Alright, that should sustain us for a little bit. The good news here is this isn't thin ice. Getting across here. And also, there is plenty of fuel you can come and get. A lot of reclaimed wood and things like that. And there'll be a little coal over here if I'm not mistaken. Watch, the moose will be up here. Well, look, it's wildlife reset again. I don't know that the moose is here or not. This is the old Spence, that's right. In story mode, there's some stuff about here. We need to go back and do story mode again at some point. The moose used to be in this area here, but it doesn't. I don't see markings, so apparently no. That's fine. We don't really care. But right out of the gate, you can see there's that one piece of fucking scrap metal we need. And yeah, it's just a one burner. There's also some hidden loot here. For anybody that doesn't know, I would need to stock up too, because one of these boxes, if not both, have loot in them. I think there's a dog food thing somewhere. Oh, it's down under here, maybe. And then behind these, there's a safe. At least I thought there was. We're gonna hang out here for tonight. I don't feel like pressing. Oh, there's the dog food. I thought there was a safe here. Is it outside and you can access it from in here? Is that what the deal is? Hang on, we'll do the once around here in a second. Let me get the fuck out of here real quick. Am I wrong about the safe? I guess I am. Okay. Somewhere in something like this, there is a safe. I just don't remember where exactly it is. But we'll, let's get some stuff done. I.e. cook this meat up so we've got some, and then shit. No, this'll work. Yeah, this is the forge location, but like I said, this isn't exactly the best of shelters. Luckily, not too far away is a cave that is a pretty good shelter. Unfortunately, we've only got the one burner here. Now, if you were forging and cooking at the same time, that'd be pretty cool, but... yeah, it was a good call to not try to get all of it done today, because the weather's turning shit again. So let's just hang here. We could always go... no, you can't heat up dog food. That's right. And we're leaving behind a little bit of fuel. Actually, we may do a long fire and then we'll get another couple of liters of water because we're a little low. We've got time. And we've got plenty of fuel here, so I don't see a reason to not to. We're going to sleep, and then we're going to head up, and then we're going straight to that transition, weather permitting. 'Cause now we've got the scrap metal we need. And then we've got like a whole ass day that we're going to have to wait. Yeah, it kind of does. Certain things make sense, like tomato soup. You would think would give you some hydration. Dog food, I don't think should. You would think it'd be fairly salty. Old wet dog food. We still got that one piece of bear meat that we brought from Pleasant Valley. How about that? This is kind of how easy it is to manipulate food situations. There's another blizzard, a third blizzard in 2 days. Unfucking believable. We're fine. We're totally safe. Cooking's taking a little longer than we'd hoped for, but we'll be okay. We just read a whole fire starting book. While we were here. Perfect. Come up here to the sleepy sleeps. Let's get 6 hours. And then we're going to head back up to the tower, get it fixed, and then we'll go to the transition cave, and we'll be ready for tonight, which means we'll have probably have plenty of time to go ahead and rest at the cave. And we've got food to spare right now, which is nice. But like I said, we're just kind of manipulating grabbing food and water when we need it. This is kind of a interloper type technique. We're living a little more hand to mouth versus being set up. Both ways are good ways. I just don't ever want to be dependent on, hey, we got to hunt or we're going to die today. You know, like that always scares me a little bit. Hopefully the sun will come up a little better and kind of clear some of this fog. But the path should be clear. Off we go. Notice I'm still going around. I don't trust the ice here at all. Even though I'm pretty sure we could do this, it doesn't attract me in any way. But I think there's a really strong shot we might get through Signal Void tonight. It's going to be a hell of a long walk to get over to Forsaken. And we should have all the stuff we need over there to repair that tower. And then it's just a matter of getting out into the Aurora and tracking down Omega. But we got to get through Bleak first. Bleak can be a little tricky. If we get time today and the weather's pretty good, we may try to clear what I think is the path. I think you come out of the tunnel and it's just to the left, not too far, but we'll see. We're going to let the thing guide us where we think it's going to be, or where it's going to be. I don't remember. I remember where the Prepper's cache is at in Bleak, but I don't exactly remember where the Signal Void bunker is. Like I said, hopefully as the daylight comes up, it'll burn off some of this haze and we can... You got a pretty good view of Forlorn there when we were up there yesterday. And even though I'm still a little irritated that the game kind of effed with us on that... Now there's the tower. You can just barely make it out in the fog up top there. It worked out for the best because we were able to go get a wolf, which will sustain us for a day or two. Got a good early start today. We should have more than ample time to get to the backside of the transition cave to get into Bleak. I just wasn't planning on backtracking, is all. And we had to do it. I think it's really silly that they require 5 scrap metal to fix it, and then there's 0 up there. Like, you'd think there'd be at least 1 or 2 up near the thing. And then once we get Signal Void done, we no longer have to worry anything about wires or fuses. Period. Because I think part 5 here is whatever part it's on for for the stores and tales anyway. I think this is meant to be it. Oh, the one in Sundered is Last Horizon. That's right. It goes Signal Void, Buried Echoes, Last Horizon. So I think this is the 4th tale. And I think story isn't, we're waiting on part 5. I don't remember. I'd have to go play story again. I went through it anticipating that when they released this next tale that they were going to release the story with it, and then they delayed it again. So we're probably getting pretty close to another update from these guys, so maybe it would be a good idea to go back and play story mode. And get completely up to speed with it again. All right, repairing Tower 3. That means we get an Aurora tonight. How we turn scrap metal into these bits and bobs, I have no idea. But okie dokie. Here we go. The Bleak. One of my other least favorite regions in the game. Oh, now there's a bunch of Tarmies here. Good times. I'm pretty sure this is the transition cave that's a little bit weird. Getting through it, I'm not super familiar with this because I don't go to Bleak Inlet very often. And if I do, I don't usually come this way. I usually go the other way. Which is via Mystery Lake. Eventually we'll come here and unlock everything, but we don't have to today. We're simply trying to get through Signal Void. I want to get these tales done. I want to see what the new content is. Color me curious. We should probably look and see how our bear steak's doing condition-wise. It's been on us for a while. Oh, it's still 87%. We're going to go ahead and eat it. I liked having that 1,000-calorie buffer, but we don't need to have that. If we can find this one quickly and get out of here, we might be able to make Forsaken Airfield by the end of tomorrow night, which would mean we'd only have to spend a day in Forsaken, and we could go get the final bunker, which does have some pretty good loot in it. See, there's another tree pointing right there. Kind of shows you, hey, there's something here. All right, let's see if we can navigate this. It's been a while. I'm pretty sure this transition cave appears in story mode. I'm gonna try to save the lantern fuel. Well, I guess we don't have to, just for the benefit of you guys. Now, this is where it gets tricky, because I don't remember. Yeah, I strictly don't remember. But we now know it's to the left. It ain't this way. Up here and left. Sometimes it's just simple process of elimination. And we've already done it wrong. Both dead ends there. That's where we came from. I thought we went straight. Didn't we? Alright, so that's a dead end. We might have missed a ducking thing or something up here. Or we missed something a little further back, but that's why I said this is a weird cave. There is a ledge right there. Oh, yeah, there's a climb. That's right. Here it is. It's a root climb, not a climb. And I think there's still a couple of twists and turns here. Let's try this way first. You know, what's really funny is, like, even though this is permadeath, I don't feel like it's permadeath. I'm treating it as if it's, I got all the time and all the lives in the world. I think maybe this way. This feels like we're getting deeper in the cave. Please don't tell me there's even a small rope climb here. Because we're heavy. Nope. Here's the way out. Alright, so we'll come back in here and probably sleep for a couple hours, but let's go out and scope out to see if there's any wolves that are nearby or any pack wolves. I think you got to go quite a ways to find Timbies down that way. I think you come down here and head left is where the bunker's at. So let's just scope that out, and then we'll go get a little bit of rest. But I don't think we're going to be too awful far from the bunker when night falls and we get the Aurora. Because I feel like that's too far. I don't see any threats. So why don't we just go get about 5 hours sleep, and then we'll pass some time and just get this going. Perfect. Well, I know that the Prepper's Cache is up from the other entrance. It's right as you come in through that transition and to the left, and then you kind of loop up and around a rock. That's where the Prepper's Cache is at here. But yeah, I seem to remember it being right over there. The radio will lead us right to it. But let's get like 3 or 4 hours sleep, wherever it'll let us put down our bedroll. Right there's fine. Drink a little drink. I seem to remember that waterfall. I think I went. I remember hearing the waterfall. It's been so long since we've done this. We're getting there, and we're in pretty reasonable shape as far as tired meter. Let's pass 3 hours. And maybe we'll take another hour or 2 nap, and then we're just going to pass time. We want to have some energy left, but not a ton. That's the idea. Let's just sleep 1 hour, and then we'll pass the rest of the time. Let's eat those crackers just to save the higher calorie steaks. I think maybe tomorrow I will go work on a Long Dark video. I got a couple ideas there tonight that I think are very, very reasonable videos to make. All right, we're not cold. See the green lights? And I see the lights are on. Let's get this done. Sometimes I can get pretty motivated to do stuff. But and sometimes it's as simple as I want to know. And then I'll share my findings with everybody. Oh, forgot about that. Fuck. All right, well, here we go, guys. don't have time to uncover the bunker because the Timbies are here. We didn't go far enough to trigger them earlier. Come on, motherfuckers. Come on up. Come and get some, bitch. Ah, I shot early. Oh, bitch. All right. Here we go, guys. Bunker 3. Now we get to hear Will bitch about, I need to drop some of this gear. I'm so tired. Fucking Will. All right, here we go. Again, we're mainly just looking for the easy bits. I don't much care about this type of stuff right now. The canned ham, the canned corn. It's all here, but I don't care about it. Here we go, our first bit. This is another interview, transcript number 4.
Session 5, Project Medical Officer interviewing Patient 7. Let's visit the second instance again. First occurrence. What do you remember?
The sun was out, but it was cold at the river's edge. There was a group of us that day. Lots of laughing, yelling. Some are in our heads. No one was getting in the water. I guess I liked being first. I didn't even jump, just slipped in quietly away from everybody. The water was clear, but bitter cold. I thought the bottom was closer. My head went under right away. God, I was a lousy swimmer. No one noticed me struggling in the deep pool.
Carry on from where you were last session. Find the ending sequence. What do you see?
My hand reaching for a flat gray stone at the water's edge. I grabbed it. I pulled my head out of the freezing water. A breath. The sun shining through the trees. Above us was the sun out? I thought the rain. No. I don't know. That wasn't it.
Keep hold of that image. It's okay if it fades a little. Breathe. Try going again. Second instance.
The mine is a real shithole. If my job is to shepherd the men, then their job is to keep the roof from landing on all of us. But this week we found a decent chamber to start building Rudiger's gadget. Teams 1 and 2 are with the program, but on shaky ground. Team 3 is getting volatile again. And while it's unclear what they have planned, I've called for additional security to fly in immediately. The medical officer has been conducting alignment interviews and has made some troubling observations. I'm still considering the implications, both for the men as well as project viability. My hope is that the crew can keep their shit together long enough to finish Phase 1, and we can get out of this godforsaken place. It's starting to get to me.
All right, so they found some place to build this machine that Rudiger wants to build. That's kind of the gist of what you should kind of take away from this. We'll come back here at some point for loot. I'm not overly concerned with it for right now. We need to go back up on the little hill we shot from and grab our shell casings. We don't leave those behind. Not for rifle. It's right up here. Is you a dead wolf? Yeah, you's a dead wolf. Little shithead. All right, let me get up here. And there we go. All right, back to the cave. We'll sleep. On to Forsaken. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay. We'll see how bad that tear is. Whoops.
I'm gonna need some first aid.
Shut up.
Soon.
If it didn't show me that I got hurt, then I wouldn't care. I don't need... Look, I'm not saying it's bad voice acting or anything. Oh, shit, I can't run now. This is a problem. No, not a problem. We'll be able to get just about a perfect amount of sleep once we get to the cave, and then we are fucking out of here. We're going to Forsaken, guys. Let's go see if we can complete Signal Void tonight. I wasn't sure if it could be done, but we're gonna do it. This may sound a little bit brash and maybe even a little bit arrogant, but I feel like I'm a pretty damn good Long Dark player. I know I don't play on Interloper, and that's just the way I prefer it. But I don't feel like I'm I feel like I'm one of the better players. I know the game pretty well. And again, I don't like sounding that way, but Oliver's been telling me for years that I'm so much better than I think I am, because he's watched so many people play and fail. He's like, you just don't fail very often. He goes, the only time you fail is when you do something stupid and you know you're doing something stupid. Now, that's true now. It didn't used to be true. You know what we might do is try to get to the back side of the cave. Before we light that, though, let's just see. So it was the socks and the shoes that took the brunt of that. That's fine. And then we'll go sleep off the pain and shit, and we'll be fine. I mean, I'm never going to be so crass or arrogant as to say that I'm better than some of the bigger YouTubers and stuff, but I think I've got a lot to offer when it comes to how the game's played, even at a lower level like this. In the end, the idea is to survive. And I feel like I'm a pretty good survivor. Maybe I'm just starting to believe anyway. I don't know. All right, let's go find the tree area, wherever the fuck that is. It's right down here. Okay. So this cave isn't even that bad. Not nearly as bad as I thought it was. Let me find some area that we can sleep on. Let's have a steak and a drink. We're gonna sleep about 10 hours and then we're gonna head out. The long road to Forsaken. And that means in the next one we can go straight into Zone and do Buried Echoes. That's what I love, that like his voice actor is like, I need medical attention soon. It's like, no, we can just sleep it off. It's just a good way to waste resources. Now, I know we left some water at maintenance shed. We can make maintenance shed in no time flat. And then I'm sure there'll be some canned food and stuff there that we can just get full on. And then we'll continue our journey toot sweet. Again, though, with this wildlife refresh, I don't know exactly where all the spawns are going to be, so in Forlorn anyway. We know in Broken Railroad where shit's at, and it's not going to be in our way other than maybe a wolf or two. But we got a hell of a walk ahead of us, guys. And somehow, some way, we're not heavy. I don't know. So we're going to go around this way instead of going back up to the tracks and going direct across, because potentially we could avoid that second bear that's over by those boxcars at the exit by going up and then billy goating down. I think the reason I don't like playing with voice and the voice actors' voices is because the game tells you immediately that you're hurt. Or you can see the meters that you're thirsty or you're hungry or you're tired. I don't need to be told every 2 seconds that I'm fucking tired. I know I'm tired. I can see the meter. So yeah, maybe what I'll do tomorrow is go into my main save and see what I've got. I've got basically one of everything, so I should be able to do the best travel food video pretty simply. The badges video, I don't even know how much gameplay footage I really need to make that video. That's more of a discussion topic and people's preferences as to what they choose to use. Kind of just discuss each one and what they do and why I think it would be good or bad, and maybe how you get each of them. That would be also a good one. And then say why I think a situation for or against, why you would want to or not use it. I think that could be fairly decent content. And I haven't made a Long Dark video in a while. That sounds really fun. The travel food one, though, I think that would be a good one to lay to rest. It basically comes down to calories per kilo. And I think at that point, things like tomato soup and some other stuff may come into play, because some of those are only like a quarter kilo, and 4 of those are going to be like 1,200 kilos. It's just that they're not as accessible as, say, meat. Especially at lower levels, when you've got like cooking level 1 or cooking level 2, you know, that may be a really viable travel option if you can find it in some kind of bulk. I don't know. I'll go do the homework and we'll see how it turns out. I'm going to try to go into it with no preconceived notions. Well, and believe it or not, Long Dark is basically the second highest game source of subscribers for me. And I haven't made that many Long Dark videos. It goes No Man's Sky, Long Dark, and then Conan are the top 3. And I've made way more No Man's Sky videos. Like, nobody's ever going to catch up to... Well, Dune Awakening might catch up to it eventually. I hear you, dog. But where do I hear you? Right there. He's about to have a snack, so... Aw. Thanks, man. Even over on Twitch, the community was great. And this is something I've mentioned before, that no matter the skill level, no matter the platform, the Long Dark community is extraordinarily wholesome. And I can't express just how rare that is. You don't see streamers on any platform that talk shit on other streamers. You just don't hear it. You don't see it. Some are more popular than others. But it's like anybody that's putting stuff out there and trying to make the community better is just, it's always been well received. Even my first Long Dark video that I was so scared of, because this game is older, right? Like it's an older game, and it's scary to think, hey, I'm going to put out a video, you know, about this or that. And when there's so many more established streamers / YouTubers that have done it and probably covered it better than I would. And yet it was just, everybody was like, hey, great video. I didn't receive a single negative comment on any of my Long Dark stuff. And that's so ridiculously rare. It's a dead guy over here. What's next to him? Is that a fire? I think it's a fire. I've not met anybody that came in and was like, oh, wow. There you are. Oh, wow. One in the face, one in the ass. And he still didn't die. Like, he got spit roasted and he still didn't die. Sorry, that's probably a little dirty for a wholesome game. But yeah, the community's just been so welcoming of everything. And it's so refreshing because anybody that plays other games and has tried to get answers to something on a forum or any of that type of stuff will tell you there is toxicity in every damn game. No Man's Sky, there are some good people, don't get me wrong. I would never be that crass to think that everybody's, you know, a garbage human, because they're just not. But there are so many people that just don't want to hear differing opinions if it's not the same thing as theirs. Rocket League, it's an absolute toxic community. Absolutely toxic. There are so many get good bro type of people over there. Like, I haven't played Rocket League in probably a year and a half. Yeah, maybe not that long, but a little over a year probably. And I don't miss it at all. I used to play it every day. Was I ever really good at it? No, but I enjoyed playing with friends. And I can't even do that anymore because silly fucking 12-year-olds want to come in and want to save everything you do. Not to mention I hate Epic. And I mean, I don't hate many things. I hate Epic Games. Rockstar is a close second. I think Rockstar has got some very questionable consumer policies. A lot of games that have, you know, cross saves and stuff like that, it's not a problem. With Rockstar, they could do it if they wanted to, and they've proved that to where, like I spent a shit ton of money on GTA 5 on Xbox. And when I switched over to full-time PC and got rid of my Xbox, there was no way to recover my account. None. I had to buy again, start over. Even though when there was something that happened that they allowed a one-time transfer. So it's doable. They could do it. They just don't do it. I think what we were hearing there was a wolf down below. Oh, by the way, that's the goat up. You could go down and through that region, but that's the goat up, which is rare in this game. And if you're gonna do Darkwalker, you need to know that. You absolutely need to know how to goat up there because it'll take you too long to get to the safe zone if you don't. But I will say this, and make of this what you will, because I don't know if either one of you guys or if anybody else that may be watching the VOD or maybe lurking, I don't know if any of you guys are going to play Dune Awakening. I think both of you guys have said it's kind of not your flavor, and I don't hate on anybody for that. No game is for everybody. But I haven't felt as good about sitting down and editing a video as I did with that game the other day. It just felt natural. It felt like the video put itself together, and that led the narration, which was super nice. All right, we may pop by maintenance shed. Just for check on food, because we're getting a little bit low. Now, setting up the video to look visually pleasing for like the carry food and stuff, that could take a little bit, but it wouldn't take all day or nothing. And then I think the content will flow pretty easy from there. It's just a simple hey, here's what these things are, and they're going to find them in the wild, and here's what they can do. And, you know, when it all comes down to it, especially before you get like a moose hide satchel, which isn't, unless you do, whoa, that was a big lag spike. Did you guys see that? Holy shit, that was large. We got wolves in the yard too. They're down there just past the guard shack. One looks like a big wolf. Yeah, it's not every day that I can say that. Like, I've been struggling to want to make the Conan video. My final Conan video, I've been wanting to make for a long time. And I don't think that it's I don't want to say goodbye to the game, because I've already pretty much said goodbye to the game. I don't think that has a damn thing to do with it. Nah, flare shells. That's all we had when we came through here first. That's great. Those are expended flare shells. No meat outside. We know we left a bunch of shit up there. This is probably ruined. Yeah. And that's probably ruined. But we got some stuff here that should be fine. That's what this stuff was left here for. Was I figured we'd be level 5 before we got back here, but it just didn't play out that way. You know, there was never a doubt, even when I took a little break from this game, that I was gonna come back to it. It's just... Did we take all the water from here? I guess we did. Okay, well, we can leave then. Nothing to do. Let's just go check, see if there's any wires, and then let's GTFO. Also, any scrap metal around? Just so I'm certain. I know we can make more scrap metal over at the other place, but if we have some, it would behoove us to take it, probably. Because we don't have any on us right now. Okay, that's fine. We can grab that at airfield. That's not a problem. Let's GTFO. Still got a long way to travel. I'm hoping to make airfield by nightfall. That's a big ask. But we won't have any trouble. No trouble at all getting this bunker, because I know whereabouts that bunker's at, and I know where we're going to go set up and wait for it. And it's a location we haven't looted yet. Be able to go over there and sleep. All that good shit. Like I said, there was never a doubt I was going to come back. I was just really frustrated that the cool thing I tried to do and so many people enjoyed watching and being a part of meant that I couldn't do the new content on that save. And I think that would frustrate everybody or anyone that was in that spot. Although, again, who would be dumb enough to do what I did? Other than I. Look, I've seen people do dumber stuff in games. What I really wish is I had all the recordings so I could go back and make a video about it, like an actual video about it. About, you know, the collection and how it started and the journey and people that I met along the way and the support. I think that would be an excellent video, but I don't have that footage. Twitch doesn't keep your stuff. And unfortunately, we started doing that journey on Twitch, and there's just too much stuff that I can't recover. But those were there. They know who they are. Oh, I know. I just wish I could bring it to the masses, because sometimes doing dumb stuff like that it is the fun. Case in point, and I reference this game all the time, and I'm sorry, but No Man's Sky. There's no... If you're a new player to No Man's Sky, the game's fine. There's lots to do. There's lots to go look at. If you're somebody like me that has done every achievement in the game, I've got like 1,400 hours on PC, and that's not even counting what I played on Xbox. The game is stale and boring. And that's because the updates just don't have a lot of content to them. There's stuff that they add, but it doesn't have a lot of depth. Not a lot of replay value. And sometimes the best thing to do is go make your own fun. And so that was one of the things I did with this. It's not that I was bored with Long Dark. It's just that we saw an opportunity and we took it. And I'll never regret that. It'll always be a beautiful piece of my gaming history, is the 72 ropes that we collected. And I still think we could get more, by the way. I know we could go get more. Well, no, we can't, because we can't get back to Sundered. There's more ropes in Sundered that were going to be extraordinarily difficult to get, but I think we could have gotten a few more. Oh, no, we want to go this way. I think by and large, we've got all the ropes that we could possibly get on that save as it stands now. Before we did it the way we did it, I think there could have been a few more taken out of Sundered, but, you know, uh-oh. Wow. I can't believe I didn't sprain an ankle. But we did each region one by one, where I went and looked at maps, and I plotted a course of, hey, this is an up rope, this is a down rope, this is the course we've got to take to do this. We have to climb this one, then take it, and then maybe put it somewhere else to get to this rope so we can take that, and then take this one, and then we got a billy goat here. Like, there was a lot of science behind it, and a lot of work was put into those ropes. And sometimes I wish I could tell that story in a format that I would have forever. But unfortunately, I didn't have the foresight to record it all. Because I really thought it was just a meme and it would never get that far. It did. Why it's so dark in here? Why is it so dark? There we go. You know, here lately I've been getting recommended a lot of, I think the name of the channel is Coops Troop. He's a Pokemon card vendor that basically really tries to get kids into collecting Pokemon and stuff. And I don't watch it because of Pokemon or anything like that. I watch it because he's a really good dude, number one. And number two, you can tell that he's just got a genuine love for what he's doing. And he's trying to bring that love to another generation. And what I like about it is he says in a few of his videos, he said a lot of times it's not necessarily about the journey, it's about the people you meet along the way. And I can absolutely empathize with that. I think it's Coops Troop. Like, I don't remember. I mean, I've played some Pokemon games and stuff, but I wouldn't support Nintendo now if you paid me. Nintendo is about the most anti-consumer thing I've ever, or company I've ever seen. I guess the Nvidia gives them a pretty close run for their money, but Nintendo just puts a clause in their EULA and their terms of service that you can't just outright join a class action if they do something wrong. You have to go to forced arbitration. And if you don't sign it, they're not going to give you the services. How is that legal? I don't even know how that's legal. Little shit. He was running away, then he turned like he wanted to be brave. He got shot in the face, and now he's gonna die. What an idiot. What an idiot. Now, before they had done that, I had picked up Rogue Squadron, which was originally released for N64 exclusive, but you couldn't pay me to go buy a Switch. Period. Technically, you don't own any of those games because they're really not doing cartridges anymore. They can brick your device remotely if they say you broke TOS or EULA. It's crazy. Ownership is nothing in the gaming industry anymore. I mean, even Steam technically could at any time do something like that where, hey, you broke a Steam TOS, so you don't have access to your games anymore, which is crazy considering you paid for them and you should be able to do with them whatever you want. I'm not saying Steam does something like that, but as long as I am not pirating or selling, like reselling something, I should be able to do with this content whatever I want. That's why copyright is so fucking weird to me. Particularly when it comes to music. What's great about the copyrights in music is that as soon as I play somebody's music that they're going to call copyrighted, I could go in and give you 2 or 3 examples in every song that is samples from something that came from the past, and yet those people were paid nothing. So they stole the music to make their music and then get mad when somebody else uses their music in new content. How is that cool? How is that fair? Even when the content's transformative, even when I'm doing a review or something, I really wanted to do stuff with music and do like gaming set music videos. But the landscape is just garbage. It's an absolute minefield. One step out of line and somebody takes all the revenue from it. And I know a lot of people would say, well, it shouldn't be about the revenue, and it's technically not, but if those people didn't pay for the samples that they used from other people's songs that did it before them, why should I have to pay these people for that music to use it in some other kind of content? It's just insane. Good example is Hidden Citizens. I did one music video, and I ended up having to fight to show that it wasn't copyright because I wasn't monetized at the time. But they did a cover of Land of Confusion they claim is copyrighted because they made it. They didn't write that song, and they didn't pay Genesis or Phil Collins any money for the rights to that song. They just covered it, and now it's theirs all of a sudden. And they're saying, well, to use that song, to use our song, which isn't even their song, and you're monetized, we're going to take your money. Music is so fucked up. Such an absolutely stupid landscape. All right, we may stay over here at Transfer Pass at the station tonight. We didn't make as good a time as I'd hoped today. We may have stayed a little too long at maintenance shed, I don't know. Feels like we've been moving the whole time. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mean to be too philosophical, but come on, man. What's good for the goose should be good for the gander. If you didn't pay for the rights to a sample of somebody that did something in the 50s, then how can you legally take money from me for using your music that includes that sample? Somebody somewhere needs to make a lawsuit, and this needs to get figured out. Because there is a such thing as not just Creative Commons or transformative content, but there's also fair use. If I do something to promote the song, I should be able to have a piece of the pie. Something that they weren't going to do, like take a video game and set that video game to this song and then make a cool music video out of it that they were never going to do. That's transformative. And I should be able to make some money off of that. They shouldn't be able to just come in and go, that's mine, give me the money. I find that to be extremely offensive. Well, I feel like we're just starting all over again. Certainly didn't leave any meat or anything here, I don't think. Maybe we did. No, we would have left it outside. I mean, we left this. We can still drink those. These are not going to give us food poisoning. I'd be right pissed off if they did. Even at 0%, sodas and candy bars don't give you that. Yeah, I know. It's so hypocritical, and I can't stand it. That's why I used to do a podcast with a couple of not just artists, but they are also producers and engineers. And I loved doing it. But I couldn't continue to do it because the stuff I wanted to do with music, I couldn't do. Hell, I had permission from a band to make a video out of one of their songs. They wanted me to do it. They were like, yeah, that'd be fucking awesome. Do it. And I couldn't because they couldn't figure out how to give me the rights to the music. sleep. I thought I left something in a suitcase. I thought I left more fuel over here than this. Alright, well, it doesn't really matter. Let's get this other steak cooked up. That'll make sure that we can get to airfield and beyond. I wonder if there is a stat for how far we've walked. Real foggy, hazy kind of day anyway. Good day to stay inside. Well, that's going. Let's, oops. Let's see if there is a stat for that. Should be like distance traveled. 225 kilometers. Look at this. That's my main save right there. 2,185 kilometers on foot. Total calories consumed in that save, 1,725,050. No, that's what we've expended. We average almost 8,000 calories a day on that save. Wolves killed 464 in that save. "47 bears killed in that save. 10 moose killed. 50 deer. 181 rabbits. Huh? Oh, it's because we snared the termies. No. I killed way more than 4 ptarmigan on my main save. Something's bugged with that stat. But yeah, 2,100 kilometers. That's a little ways. What does that break down to? 900 miles? Roughly, is that close? So we'll probably drink up and eat up the last bit of this, and then we'll head out and keep these couple of steaks on us for now. I really thought we left more fuel here. Oh well. Just one tower to go, guys. One tower to go. No, it's no. Hang on. Hang on. How far did I say it was? We've explored 100% of the world on that save, by the way. Oh yeah, I guess it would be. Okay, yeah. Never mind. I was thinking it was 1,100. My bad. 1,300 miles. Good God, that's on foot, man. That's on foot. And I'd say a majority of that has been spent walking heavy, too. We're going to pass like 2 hours. And then we'll get as much sleep as we're no, as we're allowed here. Let's drink some of that yummy boiled water. And let's sleep as long as it'll let us. We're gonna need the juice to get back to airfield to get this thing fixed. We still need a few more of those. Oh, wow. We got the bug again. This is that weird bug where nothing's got textures. It's all just black. Very weird. We need 3 more pieces of metal. I need to find another stick too. We can do that going forward. That's not a problem. Plenty of those. We got plenty of those. I think we're in good shape, man. Weather's not great, but we should be fine. There's plenty of metal to be broken down over at airfield. We shouldn't have any trouble getting there. I'm pretty sure this is the way. Because there's another road that goes up and that way, and that takes you to Sundered. And then the way over straight down the tracks is zone of contamination. Which will be for whatever stream we decide to do on this save next. I'm not saying we're going to do it tomorrow. Tomorrow might be a long dark day though. I may just go in and shoot a couple of videos and get them put together and then release them separately. Do a little bit of homework and make sure I'm 100% right on where the badges come from and how to get them. Yeah, this is the way to airfield. We still got a long walk to get to airfield too. To get all the loot back over to Pleasant Valley, there was a lot of trips over here and back to Pleasant Valley. That's a lot of the bulk of the distance that we've walked in that save. Oh, wow, we really accomplished something tonight, I think. Holy crap. I did not think we would get this done in one day. I thought it was going to be like a 12-hour stream to make that happen, but we smoked through it pretty quick. If we happen to see any scrap metal, we'll go ahead and pick it up. I'm glad we made the decision to not wear the rabbit gear, because we'd have to sit around and wait for things to... That's something I learned from the last run, was that we'd have to sit around and wait for everything to cure, to repair, like, the deer pants and the deer boots and the wolf coats. And even though we're still wearing wolf coats, Wolf What the actual fuck is that? Oh, we made a fire right there. That's right. That might have been where we got caught in a blizzard. Or we just got really cold trying to get out of here. We may take a day or two here and get ourselves into a better food situation that we can take with us over to Zone. We need to go heavy into Zone of Contamination. The reason is there's not a lot of food sources over there. There just isn't. There are some deer, but it's limited. The wolves are all poison. You can take their pelts and you can take their guts, but you cannot eat their meat. And there is way more wolves than there is anything else. That's what makes Zone so challenging. That and the wear and tear it takes on your clothing. Particularly your crampons. Because you're walking around in, you know, poisonous type areas. And it just eats away at your crampons and your shoes. And we were wearing deer boots then, and it's like, oh shit, we got to get out of here. Like, we weren't able to do the story quick. It's not story, the tale. Yeah, but it's a trade-off. It's all part of the survival portion of the game, right? So like we could even be heavier, really, coming through here. If we had on, like, double bear coat, for example. But we'd be warmer, and we wouldn't be worried about a blizzard. We could probably stand out in a blizzard and live. With the gear we've got on right now, it's not the absolute best of the best. The only thing we're really missing, though, is a couple of Kovashon sweaters and some better coats. Which we could have had by now. We could have made double bear coat, but I wanted to have that extra carry capacity. Which is why I'm a big proponent of double wolf coat. I'd rather be able to carry a little bit more. It's going to go blizzard. I'd rather be able to carry a little bit more and give up a couple of degrees than I would be warmer and not be able to take something that I need. Or want, I guess, for that matter. I think this little cut up here's got a cave if we wanted to hang out, but it's not a blizzard yet. Yeah, there's a cave right up there. Let's go look at it real quick, just in case the weather turns real fast. But I think we can very least make it down to Junkers. We didn't pop up here last time we came through. And there ain't nothing but a little coal here. Well, and a bed. And a lantern, but still. Not much. Alright, we don't have a boatload of time because we need to get down there and pick up some food. A couple of deer would be nice. Tired of kind of eating the dirty, gritty wolf meat. I'd rather get some more calories out of each kilo. A bear'd be great, but that's a lot of work in this region. Also quite dangerous. With the weather being the way it is and the glimmer fog and all that shit. Honestly, the glimmer fog is just an annoyance. It really is. We had... You know what? We better take that, now that I think about it. Because I think we took all our cloth with us. Although we should still find some more clothing and stuff we can break into cloth. But this is getting all the symbols of it going full blizzard here shortly. Let's try to get down to Junkers. Right over there, I believe you can billy goat down, but we're not going to go that route. Why take a chance of dying now? I'm a pretty good billy goater, but sometimes it's just not worth the risk. I love it when somebody like Zach Nafine, who knows he's going to restart whatever save he's on pretty much all the time, he goes, oh, it's real simple to get down here. And then, like, you watch him do it, and it's like, yeah, that looks easy as shit. And then you get there, and you're like, holy crap, that's straight down. I'm willing to take a chance here and there, but nothing massive. Stop by Junkers and we'll assess, because we're very early in the day here. I'd hate to not get to airfield today. But there should be some coal and things over at Junkers that we can pick up and take with us. Again, I didn't expect to do it this way, but I thought if I'm going to play Long Dark today, this is kind of the route I want to take. Let's just go do these things because not everybody's seen these things. So let's do something different than just being like, hey, here's looting this village or this region. We'll get to that, and it will come to that, but let's do something fun and see the content. Especially for somebody like you, Ease, that's new to the game, and I don't know if you've seen anybody else do it before, but this way you get somewhat of a sneak peek of how it's done and where you got to go and the distances you have to travel to do it. It ain't close. Here's Junkers. Here's the coal we were talking about. Don't think we particularly left. Whoa, wait a minute. How did I not see this? I'll keep riding as long as my hands hold up. The old road can't be all broken. I didn't fly in here, and there's no way they can make me fly out. No matter what the hell they say is going on. Okay. Let's just double check the house real quick. I think that's where we cooked up a wolf. I'm certain we didn't leave a lot behind here. Maybe left nothing behind. That's not a good policy, by the way. You usually want you want past you to be a good person and treat future you well. All right, let's get the gun up and ready because there should be a wolf between us and where we are going. Weather looks like it's actually clearing off even though it's still snowing. It's not as hazy and the snow's really gently falling. So I think that's probably a good indicator that we should be fine to make this trip. We're not cold. We are getting a little hungry and thirsty though. Let's stave off the hunger with the crackers. We got plenty of water to drink, so. And our first priority when we get down here is to take a deer or two so that we can sustain ourselves for a couple of days. And the funny part about this region is this isn't the last time that we would have to come into this region to complete these tales. You have to come back here after Sundered Pass. And I think we might be able to skip Zone of Contamination and The Last Horizon because we've done them. Although I don't think it shows Last Horizon is finished, which it should because I did it on the main save. Yeah, exactly. And I'm glad that I can kind of help you see that with no risk to your save, basically. Now, at some point, you got to go in and do it for yourself. But, wow, and then the weather took another turn. But, like I've said before, it's a benefit to kind of have an idea. I don't take in a lot of content creators, but I did watch a reasonable amount of Zach Nafine before, well, and Athenon, before I really got into this. I bought this game because I saw Neebs Gaming try it, and I saw pretty immediately, considering how they played, which was pretty poorly, that I could do better. And so I picked up the game and started playing. Now, their claim to fame isn't that they're good gamers. Their claim to fame is entertainment. And they're good at it. They do, it's all ad lib and it's a little more cinematic and that type of thing. What the fuck is that over there? Is that a dead guy? It's really getting bad out here. I shouldn't be looking at this. Is that just a rock? I think it's just a rock. It's protruding from another rock. Okay. And eventually, once you walk in enough circles, you're going to be like, hey, I know where I'm at. If I could pass on the best advice, and I know it's stupid simple, but the best advice for when you run into... I like them because they approach stuff differently. Some of their stuff is better than others. Some of it's not all that watchable. I think most of the ARC stuff is okay. I really liked what they did with the original Subnautica, which is what drew me to their channel. They set their own narrative for the game, and it worked, in my opinion. But it's just like any other creator. It's not for everybody. But if I had one piece of advice for any player when it comes to this game, particularly the new players, which is who I tend to try to be a creator for, is more of the new player. Don't panic. Take the necessary precautions ahead of time. Make sure you've got 15 sticks and 5 cloth on you at all times. And you're going to be okay. It may get hairy, it may get dicey, but you'll be okay. Like, this is about to blizzard on me pretty hard. We know where we're at. We're just up the road here from where we want to be. But it is about to blizzard on us. It went from being real gentle. It went from being really hard to really gentle to now it's like, fuck you, we're going to do it anyway. Airfield's brutal. Everything's so spread out. It's just a brutal region. And because of the threat of this weather, here's the next... Do you see how that snow just went sideways? Oh, shit. That's a pretty good indicator that it's about to blizzard. So just pay attention to your surroundings and don't panic. But as far as Neebs goes, I don't like all of their stuff. I just think it's an interesting way to pursue content. And I really like the role-playing aspect of it. The RP, and that it's all them playing off of one another. It's almost like improv. I respect that from a creator standpoint. Now, anybody can be Linus Tech Tips and read off a teleprompter. It's another thing to go from the cuff, which is why I love live streaming as much as I do. What did we leave here, fellas? Not much. Doesn't look like we left any food other than this, and we can't really do much with that. We had revolver ammo here. All right, this is tricky because we can't really go hunt in this weather. So maybe what we'll do is we'll go find us a little something to break down for metal real quick. Like these. That'll give us all the metal we need. Aw. See, my problem comes in with Apsro. Because he always ends up reverting to dirty words. Simon is just not a good gamer. And he knows he's not a good gamer and he leans into it. Let's see if that 2 hours did anything for us here, weather-wise. Sort of. We're not going to do it today because I don't really feel like we... Well, maybe we can. Let's go see if we can get in position. Nah, I mean, the weather's bad. I'd rather wait till we had a clear day. But we do need to hunt, so let's see if we can find a deer over here. It should be just around this bend. We didn't have any weapons when we started, so we couldn't really hunt deer at that time. Now I don't see any. Well, ain't that just a freaking daisy? There was deer right here past these trees when we left here. And they're just not spawned up right now. No, that was something we actually tried to do live in a stream one night. And because we were doing science. We literally went around one night. We had nothing better to do and we just did science stuff. And we tried to science that and it didn't work. No snaring of the tarmies. Damn, this sucks. We're down to our last couple of steaks. I thought it was kind of bullshit that you couldn't snare the birds. I think you certainly should be able to. But no, it's not a mechanic in the game, unfortunately. I don't remember when we did all of that, but we just, I started asking chat, well, what questions do you have about the game? And we'll go test them. And that's all we did all night. Well, I'm really not happy that those deer aren't around. That's gonna make life a little bit more difficult. Because I ain't got no food. Here's what we're gonna do though. Let's head over here. There's another house out here that may have some stuff. Yeah, we had a good time that night. It was literally just a bunch of ask a dumb question and we'll go try it. Hang on, let me rephrase that. There were no such thing as dumb questions that night. It was ask a question and we'll go try it. That was on main save because we're so established there that I can get away with just about anything. As far as the game goes anyway. And so we tried to snare tarmies. That might even have been the night that we went and got the coffee badge. Because I think somebody asked the question, what do you need to get the straight to the heart badge? So we looked at it and it was 100 coffees, and we deciphered a fun way to do it, which was to literally craft 100 coffees, drink 100 coffees, and then go out and deliver coffee to wildlife that we killed. I think that was the same night. But yeah, it's not a good video. It didn't turn out as good as I wanted it to. But it was a fun video to make. Because there was a lot of community input on it. And I can appreciate that. Whoa, 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 whoa. Regular revolver, okay. Yeah, it was completely out of the blue. I wouldn't say that. Mission status unclear. Pilot activity appears routine and as predicted in my initial briefing. Business here at the field hardly registers as cover for any activity grander than mail delivery or solidarity in this godforsaken place. I feel like that's a clue to what we're doing now in the signal void. Yeah, I was on Twitch. And there were some people that didn't end up making the trip with me over to here because they just don't watch YouTube. They don't like the ads and stuff, and I can't argue with that. I don't like the ads on YouTube either. Damn, there's no food in here. A little bit of food. All right, we're gonna have to wait a whole nother day because I can't in this weather. What we can do is come over here and make sure we got a battery and everything else we're going to need to fix up this tower. I know, I agree. Twitch does. It's only for like 2 weeks, though. All the scrap metal in the world over here. And a battery. And a little bit of that kind of shit. See, this is how it should look around these things. We're not going to fix it all today, but that's the tower we got to fix. I don't think we left anything. Oh, we didn't search this. We searched all of those. Might find some jerky or something in here. But I want to get this done because I'm getting hungry again. In real life. And I do have that cool meal out there just waiting for me. But we may have to wait one more day. This is more than enough sustenance to get us through what we're finding here. So it all comes down to if the weather wants to cooperate with us now. We could fix this thing right now and we could just do it. You want to go for it? Let's just go for it. It'll be a clear night if we do it. We're not too awful tired, and we can always just take a quick nap. Or we can head up that way where I know it's going to be. My tummy needs some grubbies. I'm a little bit shocked we're getting it all done, but our tired meter doesn't look that bad. We're a little on the heavy side, but we just picked up a bunch of shit, so that should be everything. What didn't we fix? Oh, the wires. All right, so now we don't ever have to deal with this shit again. So let's drop all of this. Perfect. Weather ain't great, but I think we'll manage. We've got food and water to get us through. It could still blizzard, but it'd be a very short one. So let's head up to where I know whereabouts this bunker's at to make it a little quicker. The snow isn't coming in quite as at an angle as it was, so maybe we'll be okay here. Oh, we're gonna head up over this way because the bunker is over this way. And there's a cabin, if we can find it, in this limited visibility that we can hang out at, maybe catch an hour nap. So we got good tired meter for getting the final bunker. Hey, we're not even heavy anymore. That's cool. Water and food look great. Tired meter doesn't look bad. We're getting wet because of the snow. But we'll be in cover here pretty shortly, and we've got some snacks that'll keep our calories up. But Jay do be needing some food. Some days it's weird, man. I can go for 12, 14 hours like I did with Dune last weekend. And I'm not bothered. I don't need to stop and eat. And then some days it's like, oh, God, I'm starving. Just occurred to me that we're not completely sure with the wildlife reset what all is going to be going on here. So let's play it safe, pull the gun, shall we? And somewhere up the way up here, there's a little cabin by a lake, and we can hang there for a couple hours until we get our aurora. But it is starting to clear off, so we should be able to get the haze. You can see the haze is kind of phasing out now, so we should be able to see this place a little bit easier now. I think we got to go here and then back up and around, and then the bunker itself is not too far from there. Wow, the weather threatened all day and it never did come through. Cabin might be right up here on this hill. Or it could be here and then back up to the right. I haven't explored this region for a while. I know it's up on the next tier, so I think we're going to go back to the right and look and see if it's there. It could be back over there too. But I do know the bunker ain't far from where we're trying to get to. That I remember vividly. Get up here and get a vantage. So it's not here. Let's go up here and to the right. And see if it's up here on the top of this hill where the little cabin's at. Then maybe we'll take like an hour nap just to pass some time and wait for our Aurora. I can't believe we did it all in one day. That's shocking, really. I mean, we didn't do the one in PV and included today, but we did that last night. But still, that's quite a bit done tonight. Like, way more than yesterday. Yeah, I think that cabin's right over here. Here it is. Lots of stuff we have. Well, I mean, like I said, we haven't really explored this region on this run much at all. We looted a couple of things getting to airfield, and that was about it. So everything's pretty pristine for us right now. If I had sound on, we'll be going, I gotta drop some of this gear. Butthole. I've always thought this would be a really cool spot for like a vacation house, but I don't much care for airfield. Glimmer Fog sucks. I'm kind of looking forward to going to Sundered. I'm not at all looking forward to going to ZOC. This is just a small little POI. Fireplace and a bed. I thought that looked like a recipe card. Miscellaneous loot here. Seeing the helicopters come over the mountains again this year. I counted 3 last month and 2 already this month. Always as the weather turns colder. I know they can't all be tourists. There should be comma. That doesn't read right. I know they can't all be tourists, period. Not anymore and not for a long while anyway. Yeah, that should be a comma. But okay. Yeah, some of this is flavor for what we're doing, which is Signal Void. Oh, I thought that was Koashan. That would have been so cool. Okay, so we don't shoot the bed here. We don't have a lot of time. Let's get 2 hours sleep. 2-hour nap. See, I like streams like this where I'm working towards a goal. It doesn't feel like I've been playing as long as I've been playing. It's been almost 6 hours. Just some extra cloth. Let's just double check since we got a little time to kill still. Check our gear. That's another good little tip, is to just always kind of keep an eye on your stuff, man. Like it can get away from you pretty quick. Especially if you get into struggles, it can really get away from you. I think we're good on the tiredometer. Like this would be such a good little spot, but it's really a small, very, very small POI. But it would be a cool little base place. Especially now that you could put you know, like take this out and put a workbench in. You could use this for storage. Like just lots of things you could do to make it cool. The problem is there's not a lot of floor space for curing. Everything would get jumbled. It's that way. Exactly like I thought. You know, another thing for you to watch for is trees like this one right here out in front of us. You see how that's pointing? That's basically pointing right at Airfield. So if you were kind of lost out here, you didn't know where you were, you might just head in that direction and it'll lead you to something most of the time. Hinterland hid stuff like that in the game. Oh, I can see it already. We're right here at it. That mound right there. That's the bunker. Also, when you see like a tree that kind of looks like an archway, investigate those, because that usually leads to transitions or things like that in the game as well. There's lots of little clues that they give you if you know what to look for. It kind of feels like cheating that we knew this was here, but all right, we gotta hear Will bitch. This bunker is a bit more of a maze, if I remember correctly. And there's other stuff here that I don't know that we're going to be able to do or not. I'm not worried about the loot right now, particularly. There's more corn, like here and probably there, and there's probably more ham somewhere here. Yeah, there's some over there, and there's probably more than that, but we don't really need to look for it right now. We are here for the lore. Hey, a cooking pot. We'll take that with us. Oh yeah, there's ham and corn. Heavy hammer in the shower. Why did they need a heavy hammer in the shower? That's the big mystery here. Why is there a heavy hammer in the shower? We are going to have to fix our ship before long, so we'll take that sewing kit, just make sure we don't run out. All right, so yeah, it doesn't give me credit. There's more here behind this, but we don't have credit for doing Last Horizon, so we're gonna have to do all of them for whatever reason. If you've done them on any save, you're supposed to have access to them on any new save going forward, but we don't. So it's a bug. Shut up, Will. Don't do it. Don't you dare do it, Will. All right, here's another interview. Here we go.
Entry 17, Project Medical Officer. We have attempted various psychological interventions with the team members. Interviews reveal that the deeper the recall exercise, the greater the distortion. Consolidation failures appear in each patient, no matter the subject content. So far, these have yielded little actionable data. We do, however, hold out hope for a treatment strategy to apply away from their work environment. Proximity to the site of exposure is my last best guess. Behavioral changes are becoming more alarming. I will be including the following transcript excerpt in my summary report to be followed with project leads before team extraction, should it occur. We're almost finished. Please stay calm. Where has your mind settled then? Focus on the last image, please.
We just wanted to get out. To burn it all down. Or did we? I had it there, but I lost it again. I can't remember what it was. He said he'd stand with us if something went wrong. What did we do? What did they make us do? They can't get away with this!
End recording.
So these guys have been worked to the point of exhaustion. They're kind of losing their mind. They're going insane. And it's kind of our task at this point to figure out why the fuck this is happening. So let's go see if we can find the security chief's stuff. Oh, we're gonna take that. That's no good to us here. So this is kind of like the nerve control center. That's her log, but let's go over here and have a peek. This is that main hallway. And we don't need to pick up any more fuses or any of that kind of stuff. Let's go and check out the security chief's log.
Whatever happened here, it's not a virus or any known pathogen. At least that's what the doctor tells me. There are no visible injuries, only invisible ones. My symptoms have just started, but they track what the others have gone through. Things are starting to get fuzzy, just like with them. Faces I can't remember. Like an old photo, blurry around the edges. Crumbling. The few men left up here can't be trusted to care for themselves. We've had to lock them in their quarters to keep them from wandering off. We tried going a different way, more psychological. We had a little luck at first, and then it all collapsed again. Rudiger hasn't been back to see us since we took the machine offline. I'm struggling myself, and holding out for the resupply he promised. Will it get here in time? I've changed, somehow. The men, the medical officer, all of us. But not him. Not Rudiger. He'll want the research. It shows some bizarre benefits, even if it's come at a price. Rudiger found what he was looking for. He can keep it.
And that, boys and girls, is the Signal Void tale. But we're just getting started. And to know that, we would have to go into here. Somewhere into here. Oh, there it is. So we have completed this, and next is Buried Echoes. The Langston Mine is Zone of Contamination. Signal Void is complete, 100%. We got a lot done tonight. Just know that this isn't the last time we will be in this bunker. unfortunately.
Excellent.
Oh, I gotta turn him back off. Zone of contamination is absolutely one of my least favorite. So basically what you should be drawing from this is that, and again, this is spoilers, just so you know, it is spoilers, is that Rudiger had a machine that he was doing some type of research with, and somehow, some way, it slowly drove his whole crew insane. On this hallway. This is why I said this is kind of a maze of a bunker. Fair enough. I mean, considering that it is content for the game, I'd love to see you go and do it. And as long as you're okay with it, I don't mind sharing. I think our last official act for the night would be to find the bomb. Well, let's try to get back to airfield and then we'll sleep there. Or we could just go back over to the cabin and sleep there. But we're gonna need to, first thing, when we start again, very first thing is we got to get food under control. So we've got some travel food for ZOC. Oh, absolutely. Wow, we are really slow though. Some people don't mind, some people do, and I always try to be as forthcoming as possible. Let you guys know what you're getting into. You've seen me a little bit now. I think you know I don't clickbait stuff, and I don't, I do my best to not mislead people. The last thing I ever want to do is for somebody to come out of, whether it be a live stream or a video, thinking that they wasted their time, or that I wasted their time. That is never ever my intent. It is a little vague, but so the notes we were finding as we were walking around here are basically, it seems like maybe they've got a spy or something here that's like, why is there all this extra traffic coming in? Because this place is pretty desolate. There's not many people. And this is before the great event that caused all of this. And so now we are tasked to go to the Langston mine over in ZOC to continue to track the security officer. Find out what the fuck's going on here, basically, is the gist of the tale. Buried Echoes is not fun. It is not fun at all. But it is necessary. We don't have to do it. We could just go do Last Horizon in Sundered Pass. But I feel like for continuity purposes, I might as well just do it again. The problem we're going to run into is air filters. Trust me. It's going to become a problem. Because I haven't found any in the regular playthrough yet. And there are a few in like various areas of the map. But when we get into certain gas pockets, we can die in these gas pockets without a gas mask and basically respirator canisters. But what it sounds like is Rudiger has done this and he kind of got what he wanted and he doesn't really care about the people that made it happen. So you can kind of draw the Rudiger's not a good dude conclusion already at this point. We don't know that for sure. We don't know what he's up to. We don't know if it has anything to do with what's going on here and why everybody's gone. But there should be suspicion at this point that these people that were close to this machine have lost their mind. We're in the wind, that's why we're so... Sounds like a blizzard. It's not a blizzard, but it sounds like it. We're gonna struggle to get back over here, but... But yeah, it's the first part of the in-game story, not the story mode. Well, thank you. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you found me. I've always said that the reason I enjoy live streaming is because I'm probably going to be sitting here talking to myself anyway. I might as well be sitting here talking whether there's anybody watching or not. That's just the truth. I think in some aspects you've got to be just slightly schizophrenic in order to be a streamer. I don't mean that as a harsh criticism or a call out, but you got to have the ability to talk even when nobody's listening. And I do that regardless if I'm streaming or not, so it kind of fits me. But we have a pretty clear path now as to what we want to do going forward. We want to try to get our meat situation in a better place. We can always sit here and cook a little bit of water and meat. There should be at some point some deer spawning like right here. And hopefully we can take a few of them. God, that sounds terrifying. Good Lord. And then once we do that, we can basically head straight into ZOC. And we can go start working on Buried Echoes. It's a good part of the Tales. It's just, I hate the region with a passion. As far as this game goes, it's probably the worst region in the game. It's difficult to survive there. Oh wow, for a second I thought that light was moving. I was like, wow, what a detail. If the wind was actually making that light sway back and forth. What a detail. All right, so like I said, our food and stuff is in pretty good shape. Let's go ahead and eat these in case it gives us food poisoning. And that way we can sleep it off. We'll eat some of these candy bars. Like I said, we've got enough calories that we don't really have to worry about food just yet, but we're getting there quickly. One more candy bar. swig of water. Let's get some rest. Since we didn't get food poisoning, we're only going to sleep about 7 hours. But I do like the fact that I decided to come and be direct about this. I thought it was going to be weeks before we got here. Just want to take a quick peek and see if there's deer. You can always hear the wind whipping in this area. Like, it's just, all these new regions are difficult. We can always hunt rabbits, but they don't give you many calories. And we're just not getting deer spawns. So we may need to GTFO first thing when we get back. It's very cold out here. We're 2 hours down in our gear. It's cold. Are we wet? No, we're not even wet. Wow. That means it is very cold over here. Now I'm a little concerned about Sundered Pass. Because it's the coldest region in the game. All right, so with hopping inside, that gives us an autosave. And I'm going to pop to the end screen. All right, guys, that was Signal Void. We got a lot further tonight than I thought we would. I'm pretty impressed with that. I didn't know that you could really put the screws to it and go that quick. I thought it was going to take a lot longer. But hey, we did it. And that's great. And now I'm very much wanting to go ahead and get the rest of these things done. So that'll be a big part of the next stream. We'll probably be trying to complete Buried Echoes and then set ourselves up to do Last Horizon. And then, of course, we'll be able to do content that I haven't seen yet, which is going to be, what is the final one here? Whatever the name of the final one was. I can't remember. Broken Silence. Yeah, Broken Silence is the last one. So that should, I don't know that that completes the story or the tales, but we're going to get more information, and I haven't seen it, so you guys are going to get to discover it along with me, which will be great. So stay tuned. For anybody watching or lurking, don't forget to like the live and subscribe so you guys know, well, if you hit the bell, you'll know when I go live. At least you should. And if you're looking forward to some more content with Long Dark or with any of the other stuff, Dune Awakening's coming up. I may still make the Conan Exiles video. I'm fighting that pretty hard, but I think tomorrow day I'm going to take some time and answer a couple of those questions in video form that we came up with tonight, because I think they're good topics for discussion in Long Dark. So thank you guys for helping me come up with those. I think it'll be good specifically for new players to kind of have an idea of what's going on. So thank you guys. I hope everybody has a great night. And thank you for telling me to have a great night. Till next time, guys. Thanks for watching. See you soon. Bye.